pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the number one way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
I take a breath, I'm not gonna lose. This is what I came here to do.
Keep on doing what you do, Rick. You're my favorite host. Favorite.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. You're listening to America Off the Rails with your host, Rick Robinson.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. Welcome into Chat Lives Matter Night. I'm your opening act for the evening, Mr. Rick Robinson. This is one of my shows, America Off the Rails, and we do this thing typically every other Monday and every other Wednesday, depending on scheduling. But we're here, we're live, and there's plenty of things to talk about. So first things first, I'm going to try to have a little bit more fun on this show than I normally have on the political ones, because I did a lot of serious talking today, and it's been a minute because I was on vacation. So I have some other things that I want to talk about first. This one's been around for a minute, and I was told rather handily that this was Michelle Obama trying to compliment a man for how he handled his transgender child. But I want you guys to hear this too, because that's not what I heard. So hang on a second. Let's get this queued up and get it fixed. And you'll have to forgive me if you're hearing it. One of my dogs is in the background having a fit, but this is what happens when you work from home, I guess, occasionally. All right, so here we go. Well, maybe. I think the site might still be muted. There we go. This should work now. I thought. I really thought. That's what I get for thoughting. All right, now let's try.
Michelle and her big bro are talking trans this week on their podcast, and she's all in for they, them.
just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a Black man. We've sacrificed a lot.
All right. So I get it. Everybody's like, there was supposed to be a comma there. There really was. She was talking about her brother as a Black man supporting someone who was transgender. But I would like to point out that there was no verbal comma.
We've sacrificed a lot over this issue.
Michelle, her big bro.
So not only was there no verbal comma, which we're going to come back to that in a minute, we've sacrificed a lot over this issue right after she speaks of men dealing with transgenderism in their children.
That warms my heart, particularly as a Black man. We've sacrificed a lot over this issue.
We, you say? Look, I get it. I am made fun of all the time for buying into the conspiracy theory that Michelle Obama is actually Mike Obama. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm going to be 1,000% honest with you. I have no way of knowing for sure. I've never, said, hey, let me check under your hood, Miss Mike. Have no interest in doing that anyway. But that sentence lends credence to my conspiracy theory. In my humble opinion, or in this case, my not so humble opinion. You guys decide for yourselves. But I'm just saying, I was told, and it's one of the reasons why I didn't really run with this clip forever ago when it first came out, because everybody was like, that's not what she's talking about. She's supporting her brother for being openly transgender, accepting. That's not what that sounded like. At all. At all. I'm especially proud as a man, and we have dealt with this issue a lot. These words do not mean what you're telling me they mean. Just so you know. So yeah, that's the first point for today. Michelle is letting out all the laundry, and some of it's not so great. Oh, I talked about this one a little bit in the same vein, but everybody's been talking about how she's put the rumors to bed that she and her husband, or President Mom Jeans, are getting a divorce, when she actually didn't, because when it was pointed out that she missed a couple of key things that, former first ladies typically would attend, she pointed out quite candidly and rather harshly that she was doing what was best for her. As someone who's recently gone through a divorce, those are not words a husband wants to hear. Just pointing that out. Anyway. So yeah, fun times. Okay, so let's see what else is going on, because there's lots of stuff going on. So there's a caught on camera moment with DNC's vice chair, which I'm confused because I thought he was on the way out, but maybe not so much. I don't really know. I know they were talking about, trying to hold another vote or something. So I don't know. Maybe I'm the one that's confused. It's not unheard of for me to be confused, just so you know. But here is a caught on camera moment, thanks to Project Veritas, and it's circling around at David Hogg 111.
Yes, nice to meet you. Yeah.
Off the record, of course.
Foundational question for me is how corrupt is the DNC if so many people knew, or few people knew about Biden, well, the president of the United States?
I mean, I think the fact of the matter is the DNC is always going to be a campaign arm of the president, ultimately. The bigger issue was the inner circle that was around Biden. That's it.
And I can't stress to you enough.
Joe Biden's chief of staff. Had an enormous amount of power.
Joe Biden?
Joe Biden's chief of staff.
That was an open secret at the level. I would avoid him. He was scary.
What was his name?
Anthony Trump.
I've never seen him.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
He's just like a shadowy, Wizard of Oz type figure. That's what made him so I knew how he looked, but the general public wouldn't know how this man looked. But he wielded an enormous amount of power, and I can't stress to you how much power he had in the White House.
So to me, the scariest thing about all of this is how much we're now finally starting to understand about what was going on during the 4 years Biden was in office. The fact that it wasn't actually Biden pulling most of the levers and switches for the majority of the time that he was supposedly in office. The fact that it was his inner circle running almost everything. The fact that at one point it had become fairly common knowledge and actually kind of a laughing point among DNC and Democrat elites that Hunter Biden had become the de facto chief of staff, which leads me to wonder if, in fact, Hunter Biden was the one doing his own pardon. Was he the one crafting it? That is a question that I feel like needs to be addressed. Because simply put, everything that's happened in the last 4 years makes every other scandal that has ever been talked about in this country look like a walk in the park. You want to talk about things being unconstitutional? We're talking about an unelected cabal running the country for at least 3 out of the last 4 years, if not for the entire 4 years. And this is becoming more and more a certainty because we're now finding out that Joe Biden didn't even understand half the things that were being put in front of him, which means he likely wasn't the one that signed them. Now, of course, they had the signing ceremonies and everything else, but I guarantee you, the actual behind-the-scenes signings weren't being done by him. The actual signing of the actual documents wasn't being done by him. Because those Oval Office signings, those are pro forma, guys. Those are that's actually after it's already been done. Those things are just for show. If you don't believe me, just look at the signatures. It's pro forma. Always has been, always will be. It's like the pardoning of the turkeys. The sausage is made elsewhere. The signatures that actually matter happen elsewhere. At least with Biden. I can't say that with 1,000% certainty with Trump because I don't know. But I know with Biden, the signatures that mattered had to have been happening elsewhere because they wouldn't have allowed anybody else to sit behind that desk on a camera and sign things. But you know that he wasn't the one signing them. And how do we know? Because that man, for 3 out of the 4 years that he was in office, kept swearing to you, the American people, that the border was secure. Was he that out of it? Did he not even realize what he was doing? Because according to him, he doesn't remember doing most of it. He said as much to people off camera. He has no memory of some of the things that were being signed. I remember this because the former Speaker of the House was at a meeting with him talking about some of the things that were signed regarding the Green New Deal agenda. And he said he had no memory of signing those things, but they were signed and they had his name affixed to them. This makes Watergate look like somebody lifted a candy bar from a 7-Eleven. But we can't talk about it. We don't want to talk about it. We want to keep fighting about the other stuff. We should be talking about it, though. We absolutely should be talking about it. We should be talking about all of it because we're supposed to have an administration that can walk and chew gum at the same time now. So why can we not do all of these things all at once? And I've got news for you, folks. The big, beautiful bill that everybody, including Elon Musk, is throwing a fit about can't do most of the cuts that need to be done. Look up the Senate rules. Discretionary cuts have to be done differently. That's why they've been trying to get this part done first. And I understand everybody is like, well, they should have done the other part first. They can't. We don't have enough time for them to fight over that stuff for as long as it's going to take for them to fight over all of it, because nobody's going to agree on how much needs to be cut. We need money to run the country. Like it or not, that's the system they gave us when they started making all the changes to it. They made us the batteries that fund it. So now we have to fund it or else. So no, I said this today. I am not a fan of the big, beautiful bill. There are things in it that I don't like. There are things in it that I do like. But that is one of the biggest things about negotiation that nobody seems to want to understand anymore. If both parties go away a little bit pissed off, it means you've actually done your job. Because if one side is happier than the other, it means you lost something. depending on which side you're on. And I understand we, the American people, want everything all at once. Everything everywhere all at once. Yes, I know it's a movie. But it's true. We now live in a country where we expect everything to be done all at once, to be done to our satisfaction, and to have it done that way instantly without having to wait. Instant gratification will be the death of this nation. And that is the truth. Because it's what's created all of this. From the screaming and yelling about the cheap Chinese goods that we have to have, because put it right in my veins, because I can get a doll for $5 instead of 15. Never mind the fact that the doll's got shit in it that'll kill your kids. Because we can't talk about that. We're not allowed. So yes, I know, I talk about these things all the time, but somebody has to. Because everybody's mad. And nobody's listening. Trust me, I'm just as mad. But I'm still waiting to see what happens. Because a lot of good things are in this monstrosity. And yes, I call it a monstrosity for a reason. Because it is. And this is not what I wanted. I wanted what we've been clamoring for the last 5 years. Single item bills put through so that everybody can read them, understand what's in them, and then send them over to the Senate. And make the Senate give them an up or down vote so that we can prove to the people who is in fact not doing their jobs. Because all the constituency that are Republicans say they want the same things because we need the same things. Until we start having to have the hard conversations of, maybe for a little while, little Jenny's only going to be able to get $5 instead of 20 for Christmas. Don't you tell me what my child can and cannot have. Sorry if I'd been talking backwards. That would have sounded remarkably like Yoda. That was not my intention. But it's still the truth. We are going to have some hard conversations, whether we want to or not. And that's the problem, is nobody really wants to have those hard conversations. And it's just the truth of it. And I know it's terrible. It's hard. When you have to tell people things that they don't want to hear, it's hard and it sucks. But somebody's got to do it. We don't have a choice. I wish we did. But we don't. We're broke. We cannot keep doing the same things over and over and over again and expecting different results. And there have been quite a few cuts in this big, beautiful bill. And I hate calling it that, but it's what everybody refers to it as. And it's the easiest way to make you understand what it is that I'm talking about. There are cuts in there that can be done through reconciliation. The Doge cuts can't be done through a reconciliation package, not in the way that this one is being done. The Senate isn't allowed to do that. Which is why this was the part they needed to tackle first, because we're out of money. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been out of money since Donald Trump was sworn in, because the previous administration threw everything out that they could on the way out the door. They were literally throwing gold bars off the Titanic as their administration was sinking. We've now found billions upon billions of dollars, some of which we're in the process of trying to claw back. Others courts have said we can't claw back, which technically means we're already broke. The previous Secretary of the Treasurer told us that effective January 22nd, we were going to be out of money. I don't know how we've managed to do the things that we've done. The few that there have been, because apparently we're not supposed to have had any money for the last, 5 months? Seriously? So yes, this had to be done in the fashion that it's been done, even if I don't like it, because we got painted into a fiscal corner because an election got stolen. Don't be mad at the people trying to fix it. That have to do it within a certain fashion because there's no other way to do it right now. I don't like some of this either. I really don't, but you're mad at the wrong people. We should be mad at ourselves because we allowed an election to be stolen. We should be mad at ourselves because we trusted a government that tried to kill us. You guys still don't get it. COVID was an alphabet soup mess. An alphabet soup agency mess. The alphabet soup agencies were up to their necks in trying to make sure Donald Trump didn't get elected the first time. You really don't think they weren't involved in trying to get him out the second time? And then out the third time when he tried to run again? Just pointing that out. All right, I think I may have a package, so I'm going to have to take a break real quick because usually she doesn't bark like that unless somebody's at the door. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
You are listening to KLRN.
What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, pop up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors. We're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, and drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at McIntyreLaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It starts with one thing.
I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is about valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on to didn't even know or wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to be will eventually be a memory of a time I tried so hard and got so far.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it is Chat Lives Matter Night here on KLRN Radio. Programming reminder coming up next after me, the Conservative Curmudgeon radio show, followed by Behind the Enemy Lines with our good friends Gene and Ross. Then it'll be myself and the Amish one doing the Rick and Odie show at 10 p.m. Eastern, followed by our closing act for the evening due to programming changes for the week because BZ has been off doing a conference thing and we'll be back tomorrow. So he didn't do a show last night. So our closing act for tonight will be SHR Media's Edge of Liberty, hosted by none other than the Grand Poobah over there, Sean Lewis, otherwise known as the Boston Bastich. So make sure you guys come hang out for all of it. Keep me company. Help me stay awake. Because for some of this, I'm only pushing buttons. I need your help. And we have an owl sighting in the chat. What's up, Mr. Al Cephas? How you doing? Oh, that reminds me. I still need to put you guys' newest Third Rail Ramblers offering into your catalog. I haven't done that yet. But we did run it the other day. I probably should have ran that on the break instead of commercials. But I was in a hurry because I thought maybe I had a delivery. But it was just my dog being insane. Because, Chihuahua / weenie dog. Otherwise known as insane. Anyway. 2 high-strung breeds. Do not recommend mixing them together. No, bad idea. But my daughter thought I needed a new companion. Anyway. All right. So let's see what other trouble we can get into real quick as we get ready to start rounding out the night here. So I did want to say I took a few minutes today to watch a little bit of Brett Baer's interview with the new FBI director, Kash Patel. I thought it was interesting that he was pointing out that there's actual cargo netting around the Hoover building because there's pieces of cement that are falling and it keeps people from getting hit in the head. If that's true, that's terrible on so many levels because if you're not even keeping the shinies of the country in good working order, then we really have become a third world shithole. I think that's the scariest takeaway for me, is we really are becoming a third world shithole. Everybody got mad at Donald Trump for saying it, but apparently it's the truth. I mean, does everybody remember how mad people got when he started telling everybody how gross the inside of the White House was? And they were mad at him for saying it? Now we've got the director of the FBI going, do you have any idea what the shape of this building is like? Because I didn't know that. Did you know that? If that's true, and again, I'm saying if that's true because I don't trust anybody any further than I can throw them, but if that's true, that's terrifying. Another night at the garage. Life is good. I'm just glad you finally found something that you like, because I remember when you were not happy with your gig. All right, so I was looking for things to talk about, and this one just came across my desk because I guess it just came out like 10 minutes ago. This is from Sister Told You over at Red State. Chucky Schumer might be in a corner crying somewhere after this information came to light. So 2025 has not been a good year for the Senate Minority Leader, otherwise known as Chuck Schumer, Democrat New York. Once President Donald Trump was back on the scene and Doge advisor Elon Musk began tearing into the rampant waste, fraud, and abuse of federal agencies, Schumer cranked up the resistance efforts. For instance, he joined Rep. Mad Maxine Waters, Democrat California, and other unhinged Democrats in protests designed to whip mobs of supporters into a frenzy against Trump and Musk, wildly chanting, "We will win." But did they? Did they really? Because apparently it didn't work. Trump and Musk forged ahead anyway. Schumer campaigned against the Trump GOP continuing resolution, but at the 11th hour, he caved, infuriating his fellow Democrats to the point that he had to cancel book tour dates and talk began of a 2028 primary challenge in the form of none other than Occasional Cortex, fellow Democrat Congress critter, who I should note has not said one way or the other what she'll do. In a mid-March interview, Schumer shared that his goal was to tear Trump down enough so that his approval numbers would go below 40% and congressional Republicans would supposedly start working with Democrats. The last time he was president, which is the closest experience we have with him, and admittedly the world has changed some, particularly on the media side, how it works. We kept pushing and pushing and pushing and chipping away, and when he went below 40%, in the polls, the Republican legislators started working with us. He was at 51. He's now at 48. We're going to keep at it until he goes below 40. The problem is that after a brief dip during talks of tariffs, Trump's numbers are now rising again, proof positive of the failure of Schumer's message to gain traction. So this is from Philip Melanchthon Wangman. Trump rebounds completely from Liberation Day slide as noted here. RCP spread was negative 2.2 points, 49.9% to 47.7% when he announced tariffs April 2nd, later dropping to negative 7.2. But after pauses in deals with UK and China, Trump approval rating is back to 47.8 to 49.7% respectively, depending on the polls that you look at. It really is amazing when you think about it. The Democrats and the media's coordinated anti-Trump messaging, which was relentless even before Trump was sworn into office a second time, has bared little to no fruit at all. It's borne absolutely nothing. This is especially true not just as it relates to his overall approval ratings, but also his ratings among crucial voting blocs like Hispanic voters, which still sits at 60% approval, even as Democrats and their media wage total war on his border security and deportation policies. They've thrown everything at Trump, including the damn kitchen sink, and they still haven't been able to take him down. These numbers won't stop them from trying, of course, but it's going to cause them to get increasingly desperate, which means more mistakes will be made, which hopefully will translate into more opportunities for the GOP in the 2026 midterms. Now, that last paragraph was from the author. I don't completely support Sister Tolja's optimism here, because don't ever underestimate the ability of the Republicans to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, because they do it all the time. But I will say this: getting the things that they have managed to do done, getting to the point where this budget crap is finally just about across the finish line, and then if they actually do start trying to codify Doge, nothing's going to be able to stop them. Now it's up to the Republicans now. It's up to the Republicans now. They can keep pushing the agenda that Trump wants them to push and likely secure Republican victories for the next 3, 4, 5 cycles. Talking about the 2-year cycles, not the 4-year cycles. Or they can keep fighting with one another and lose all the momentum. Don't underestimate their ability to do that, though. See, I don't necessarily agree with that, Al, because I've been watching some shows from the early 2000s, and there have been some subtle changes. Because I started rewatching Supernatural the other day when I was on vacation. I was like, you know what? It's been forever since I fired up that show, and since I'm not going anywhere, might as well do something that I enjoy. So I started watching that show, and I won't say that we haven't. I don't think we're noticing the progression as much, because it's in increments now. Where we're progressing is a lot smaller, but there's still lots of progress. Now, fashion, I think what's happened is, because it used to be fashion was cyclical. Now pretty much every single fashion thing is happening all at the same time. So that's why everybody's like, we don't even know what they're trying to do anymore. So I think you're right there. I think culturally and fashion wise, we have stalled, but that's because we don't have a culture anymore. We used to have a culture. We don't anymore. I mean, think about it from this perspective. When we had rich fashion and rich music, we had a love of culture that was driving those things. We don't have that anymore. So it's hard for the things that revolve around culture to progress. It's hard to do when there is no culture to speak of anymore. We don't have an American culture anymore. If anything, we've been told to shy away from the American culture because it's bad and it's evil. So you're right. In some respects, we have stalled. Now, this isn't a juxtaposition episode, but we've touched on other reasons why we might have stalled around that time and why everybody seems to be really nostalgic for the 80s and the 90s. And everything seems to harken back to there. And that's because there's a chance that the world may have ended sometime around that point, and we just haven't gotten the memo yet. But yeah, technologically, we're exploding. Culturally, we're dying. I would be curious to get a look at other places like India that are starting to, burgeon as far as technologically speaking, and see if their culture is advancing at all, or if it's stalling out everywhere. Because Britain doesn't have a culture anymore to speak of either. It's all being gobbled up by Islam. Italy, I don't know. I've never been. Paris, mostly gobbled up by Islam. That's the history nobody talks about. And I've talked about it on this show, I think at least once, because the real reason that Christopher Columbus came here, he didn't get lost looking for spices. That's the elementary school version, because he didn't want to tell you the real reason why we came to the New World. We were looking for places to launch attacks into the Muslim world without them being able to see where they were coming from, because the Muslim world was trying to take us over. That's the history nobody teaches. If you don't believe me, look it up. It's there. But it's just like all the history that we've been taught about how the white man was evil and tried to wipe out all the Indians. It wasn't us that broke the treaty. It was the natives that broke the treaties. Only a low-grade crush? My guy, come on. I mean, that you're not even part of the show right now, and that still rates one of these. Giggity, 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 goo. Just saying. Would I? Yes, as a matter of fact, I would. All right, hang on. Let's see what other trouble I can get into real quick. I just realized we're down to like 20 minutes. So the Justice Department is apparently launching an investigation into something to do with California. I have no idea what Jeff Charles is talking about, but let's find out together. The Justice Department is launching an investigation into the Juniper School District in California over its policies requiring female athletes to compete against biological males. California's districts have repeatedly come under fire over recent years for pushing gender ideology in their schools, especially when it comes to girls' sports. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon with the Civil Rights Division sent a letter to the district informing them about the investigation. This letter is to advise you that the United States Department of Justice will work in coordination with U.S. Department of Education in its investigation, for it is also the responsibility of the Attorney General of the United States to enforce the provisions of Title IX. Dillon further wrote that when the Attorney General has reasonable cause to believe that an educational entity that receives federal funding is engaged in a pattern or practice of discrimination in violation of Title IX, it is the Attorney General's responsibility to take appropriate action to eliminate that discrimination, including seeking injunctive relief. The Assistant Attorney General pointed out that the state's top-ranked girls triple jumper and second-ranked girls long jumper is a boy. I swear there's a dangly bit between that jumper's legs there, Margaret. As recently as May 17th, this male athlete was allowed to take winning titles that rightfully belong to female athletes in both events. The male athlete will now be allowed to compete against those female athletes again for a state title in long, triple, and high jump. Other high school female athletes have alleged that they were likewise robbed of podium positions and spots on their teams after they were forced to compete against males. Even California Governor Gavin Newsom has acknowledged that this practice is deeply unfair to girls and young women. But he's done absolutely nothing about it. Absolutely nothing about it. So whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. You're not doing anything, so we don't really care. Whoa. Wait, what? Okay, so this came out earlier today and somehow I missed it. This is what happens when I do a morning-ish show now instead of an afternoon show. This came out from Matt Vespa. Hang on a second. My dog is having a fit. So apparently Liz Warren has been named as the person who really controlled the Biden auto pin. So what exactly is going on with the auto pin fiasco? The Justice Department is investigating whether some of the pardons issued by Biden were legal. And as we're learning more and more about the depths of the cover-up regarding his mental health, it could be his overall health, with the latest revelation that he has stage 4 metastatic prostate cancer, which does not materialize after 100 to 200 days. It takes years. That's why the auto pin is now the subject of an investigation. DOJ official Ed Martin said it's legal to use, but both parties must be cogent. Biden was obviously not. Martin is wasting no time in his new job helming a weaponization task force and working as a pardon attorney. He said a senior Democratic whistleblower had come forward, adding that Anita Dunn, Bob Bauer, and Ron Klain were the top 3 people. Yet on Jesse Waters' show, investor David Sachs, who is also the Trump administration's crypto czar, alleged that none other than Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren, Democrat in Massachusetts, was now involved in this circus. And here's the clip, so hang on.
This is the financial system of the future, Jesse, and we have to encourage it. What the Biden administration was doing, and let's face it wasn't Biden. Elizabeth Warren controlled the auto pen during that administration. She, for some reason, has this pathological hatred of the crypto community. She wants to drive this community offshore. She doesn't want it happening in the United States. That's the wrong policy for the United States. We want all the innovation happening here. This is a financial system of the future. It's cheaper, it's more efficient. We want it happening here, Jesse, and I think people are thrilled that President Trump is making that possible.
So, Pocahontas was at least one of the people likely in charge of the pen. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. All right, so there's another video. Sorry, I had to scroll down to get to it, so I had to unclick something to make it work. But now that we know that apparently she might have been involved in that, this video that we've actually talked about before makes a little bit more sense now.
Do you regret saying that President Biden had a mental acuity? He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
I said I had not seen decline. And I hadn't at that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. You know, the thing is, he was sharp. He was on his feet. I saw him. Live event. I had meetings with him a couple of times.
Senator, on his feet is not praise. He can speak in sentences is not praise.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Kind of funny how that was a hill she still was choosing to die on. Wonder if her having access to the auto pen might not explain a little bit of why she chose that particular hill to die on over and over and over again. All right, so let's see who Marco Rubio is pissing off now. This is from about 11 o'clock this morning. Jeff Charles, you won't believe who Marco Rubio just banned from entering America. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced on Wednesday that his agency will deny visas to foreign officials who are participating in censoring Americans. In a post on X, he slammed foreign governments that silence Americans for exercising their free speech rights. And this is a quote from the post. For too long, Americans have been fined, harassed, and even charged by foreign authorities for exercising their free speech rights. Today, I am announcing a new visa restriction policy that will apply to foreign officials and persons who are complicit in censoring Americans. Free speech is essential to the American way of life, a birthright over which foreign governments have no authority. Rubio continued arguing that foreigners who work to undermine the rights of Americans should not enjoy the privilege of traveling to our country, whether in Latin America, Europe, or elsewhere. The days of passive treatment for those who work to undermine the rights of Americans are over. Rubio's statement likely refers to nations whose governments have imposed strict anti-speech laws that affect American citizens. These could include places such as Russia, which has detained Americans for criticizing the Kremlin; Germany, which enforces hate speech laws and fines foreigners for their online content; France, which prosecutes people for insults based on race or religion; the United Kingdom, which also has laws targeting hate speech; and several others. In April, Rubio announced that the State Department would be shutting down the Counter Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference Office, which was previously known as the Global Engagement Center. The agency came under fire for targeting Americans for online censorship under the guise of cracking down on disinformation propagated by foreign governments. Under the previous administration, this office, which cost taxpayers more than $50 million per year, spent millions of dollars to actively silence and censor the voices of Americans they were supposed to be serving. This is antithetical to the very principles we should be upholding, and inconceivable had to be done that way. Sorry. It was taking place in America, according to that same statement. Inconceivable. Sorry. Again, had to be done. All right. So let's see. We should be able to get to at least one more story, I think. So I talked about this a little bit today in the afternoon show, but I think the funniest thing for me has been watching the disarray and the collapse of the Democratic Party, because they were expecting Donald Trump to collapse within the first 100 days under the weight of everything that he was trying to do. And they have done everything they can to try to orchestrate that. And it didn't happen. But what is happening is, as more and more information is coming out about all the things that we knew from the 2020 election to COVID to Biden being a vegetable, more and more people in positions of authority have realized they've been so far out over their skis, trusting the people that were telling them that they weren't ever going to get caught, that none of them know what to do anymore. As a matter of fact, this is from Rebecca Downs. Former DNC chairman Jamie Harrison sure looks to be in disarray over Joe Biden. So as we at KLRN Radio and other folks like Town Hall Media have been covering, there's been plenty of coverage about the fallout of now former President Joe Biden's decline and who knew what and when. While we knew and had been covering, the Biden White House was all too happy to cover up what was going on, as were their allies in the lamestream media. The revelations have been coming out, including with Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's book, Original Sin. So those revelations have thrown Democrats into disarray over the blame game, including former DNC chairman, I'm guessing that's Jaime Harrison. I don't know. It's spelled Jame. So I'm pronouncing it how it sounds. So over at another site with Town Hall Red State, Sister Tolja highlighted how Harrison not only spoke about it on MSDNC's The Weekend, but that he himself posted the interview. Harrison took quite the tone in both his remarks and the post he shared. The clip and the interview actually begins with Harrison speaking out about David Hogg, a current DNC vice chairman. Although Hogg and Malcolm Kenyatta, another vice chairman, were just voted in back in February, there will be new elections in June to redo the vote. It may be over the DNC's own diversity rules, but it can't be ignored how Hogg has been making headlines for calling out his own party, even spending $20 million on a primary initiative, with Harrison calling him out for airing those issues. Biden came up with regards to pushback and keeping it within the party, with co-host Jacqueline Almany asking, isn't part of the problem with Biden's failed re-election and the process that went down with that, where voters frankly felt that elites had let them down? Isn't it time for change and to shake things up? Harrison pushed back on her as he claimed that Democrat leadership didn't try to tell other party members that they couldn't primary Biden, but they did. We heard them. We talked about it here, with Alamany bringing up how former Rep. Dean Phillips, Democrat in Minnesota, who had stepped down from his House leadership role not long before and who also retired for the 2024 election when he challenged Biden, Alamany reminded that Phillips that he became a pariah, so it wasn't actually an open season. Throughout this part of the conversation, Harris still kept to how others could have run, that the DNC was not able to stop them. Robert F. Kennedy, who went on to endorse now President Donald Trump for his second term and even leads the Department of Health and Human Services in his administration, also tried to run as a Democrat against Biden, though he then did so as an independent before ultimately dropping out to support Trump. But he did so as an independent because his own party wouldn't support him, because he wouldn't get in line behind their anointed one. Like other top Democrats have done, Harrison went for quite the blame game. And so I think it's just a lot of sort of looking back with rose-colored glasses to say, well, we could have done this, you could have done that, you could have done that. Well, nobody of substance, nobody of gravitas gets into the contest, a la, Jimmy Carter, Ted Kennedy race, right? That was a whole different situation, Harrison said, speaking of the 1980 Democratic primary, with then President Carter going on to lose re-election to President Ronald Reagan. But Dean Phillips was not a Ted Kennedy, Harrison continued, still going after the now former Congress critter, right? And so you couldn't have that type of contest, and we did not have that type of contest. There's another Democrat from South Carolina who has gone for that tactic, Rep. James Clyburn, who had quite the role in Biden becoming the Democratic nominee in 2020, as well as now former Vice President Kamala Harris, then a U.S. Senator for California, becoming his running mate. The Democrats in disarray over the 2024 election, as Sister Told You discussed, came up even further when co-host Eugene Daniel brought up original sin. As he pointed out, there's a section in the book claiming that Biden didn't recognize Harrison, who was the DNC chairman at the time. I've heard you say this didn't happen. So did it happen or did it not? Asked Daniels. There was now dancing around the issue. It was a bold-faced lie, Harrison insisted, his voice raising. I don't know where the hell they got that from, and I've told that to Alex. He continued, emphasizing how it's a bold-faced lie, and also adding that it's pretty, excuse my language, pissing me off that he continued to push and to say it. Harrison continued to repeatedly deny such a claim, even joking to laughter from others that it didn't happen unless it meant he himself was the one who needed to take a cognitive test, which maybe he does. With such framing, though, it is also worth wondering if Harrison was admitting there, even as he denied that, Biden couldn't recognize him, that there was something at best cognitively questionable. And it goes on from there. The simple fact of the matter is, folks, if you look at everything that's happening with the Democratic Party, Barack Obama's fall from grace, the Obama legacy now in shambles, and you know this because Mike, Michelle, whatever you want to call them, is all over her podcast saying all the nasty things she can to get clicks and attention, including, I'm doing what's best for me, which is something a married man never wants to hear. Trust me. I know. Now the Biden legacy is in shambles. The Biden family is broke. Their gravitas is gone. Their connection to the money well is gone. The DNC is in shambles, so much so to the point where they're actually going to redo their election because they found out and they discovered they violated their own bylaws by putting the two people in charge that are currently in charge. No, what happened was you realized that your young bucks are tired of your shit and y'all ain't ready to give up the ghost yet. That's what's really happened, whether anybody wants to admit it to you or not. Well, believe it or not, folks, that's going to pretty much bring us to the end of my first hour here. I'll be pushing buttons for the conservative curmudgeon here in just a couple minutes right here live on KLRN Radio. Then after that, we'll be going over to our Behind the Enemy Lines crew over on the Buffoon of the Week YouTube channel. Then we'll come back over here for the Rick and Orty show live, and then we'll go back over, and then we'll head over to the SHR Media crew for Behind the Enemy Lines Radio live right here on KLRN Radio. Again, I'll be working until about midnight Eastern time tonight. a little earlier than usual, so I'm going to enjoy that and get into bed about 3 hours earlier than I normally do, which is good now that I do an earlier show. I'm still debating. I'm going to try. Hopefully, we do full schedule next week so I can do a test, because I'm going to find out if I can work until 3 in the morning and then still turn around and get up and do a show by 10. I don't know if I can do that anymore, but we're going to try. You can find me at RowdyRick73. You can find the station at KLRN Radio. Also, when you have a moment, if you haven't done so yet, please make sure that you go subscribe to our YouTube and our Rumble channel. We're trying to build our audiences up over there. Each subscription gets us closer to unlocking features like being able to monetize each channel. Gives us another form of revenue, so I can stop saying, please give us money, which I'm not ashamed to do anymore, but it's annoying even to me. Just saying. All right, that's going to do it, folks. I hope everybody's enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Didn't really promote it, and we still wound up with over 200 hanging out with me for the hour. I will take that. Hopefully the numbers will keep growing as the night goes on. Hang out for the Conservative Curmudgeon coming up just after the break. My name's Rick Robinson. Again, I'll be with you tonight until about 1 in the morning Eastern time, and then I'll be hanging out with you starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern for the Rick Robinson Show. New bat time, same bat channel. Hang loose.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. Later.
Game over. Hello,
man.
friends.
Game
Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at McIntyreLaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts.
Like mine.
It's new, social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to.
Just
On
me.
Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the number one way to discover new shows and episodes.
Like
You
mine.
can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
To me.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Good evening. Good to be back. Had a little bit of, shall we say, internet service provider issue last week. They got me, yeah, Rick, just good-ish. Yeah.
It's funny that you mentioned internet provider issues because I had to have a tech out Tuesday.
Dude, man, I mean, and I've got storms all week here. I mean, it stormed today. I'm lucky to be up right now, but my next wave is not supposed to hit until around 8 to 8:30 tonight. So fingers crossed that we last through the show, at least as good as normal. Yes, for those laughing in the chat room about my ripping on JJ for Good Pods, yes. She is talking about me, and as long as you know that and I know that, everything is all good. You know, it's just one of those things. What can I tell you? It came to me one day, and now it's a thing.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. You know, not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, not at all.
You know.
Just saying.
Oh yeah. So yeah, sliding my ass in tonight, completely ill prepared. I did find one or two little things that I want to talk about, but other than that, I'm flying by the seat of my pants. So contributions are welcome. You got
Well,
something.
It only took you about 12 years to get to the point where you're comfortable doing seat of the pants radio. So
I'm not even that comfortable with it really. It's just, it is what it is. The big boss is away, so the little boss is in charge this week and next week. And I don't want the big boss's job. Let me go ahead and put that out there right now. I don't want that job. I just want to be able to trust the person that's in the chair. And no, I mean, we talked about the little extra incentive to get me to stay for 5 more years. We'll see. 5 years may be stretching it. And it is a prorated deal. So, and yes, that's right, Zelda. My name is G. It's my show. And I do have an idea what I'm doing. But I just don't know exactly what topic we're going to land on. But we know what we're going to do. We're going to talk. We got crazy shit to talk about. But before we get into all that, let me go ahead and Rick knows it's that time of year again. So semi-summer hiatus, or I should say summer semi-hiatus, with the work hours going crazy starting Monday. I'll be very limited through June and July, but my plan is to make both of the Toxics and at least one show in between them.
Just go ahead, add to my workload. I see how it is.
Look, I understand, and I have told you this every summer, but do with it as you will.
Dude, I'm totally busting your balls. Calm down.
I know you are. I know you are, and I can take it because they're big and strong.
Well, but, not after you've been doing your boss's job for the last few days.
Well, that just makes them drag the floor. Feel like Mr. Drag Queen or something. Mr. Gangbang, 1937, balls dragging across the floor as I walk everywhere.
Had to be done.
We do put a language warning on this show for a reason. So.
Oh yeah, trust me. Everything I'm involved in has a language warning.
Well, there you go. You just have to.
I had people listening to me for the first time the other day, and they're like, "Dude, I know you told me you cussed a lot, but holy crap!" I was like, "Yeah, that's why I haven't listened more."
Look, one of the new guys at work today, he was like he was watching me walk, and he goes, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, no, I walk like old people fuck, but I can't help that. So you're just gonna have to deal with it."
Nice. Oh.
Anyway, wow. What I missed last week? Anything good?
I mean, I was on vacation for most of last week. I did the evening
good
show,
for you.
but not much else. So yeah, I've been playing catch up. One of the biggest things that I've seen that everybody's complaining about is the big beautiful bill didn't do enough about Doge, but nobody really realized that with the way the Senate works, they couldn't really do most of what Doge wanted to do in that bill. So I guess the White House is actually sending the Doge cuts to Congress now.
I mean, here's the thing. They said we had to pass this big beautiful bill so that we could make his first term tax cuts permanent. So now we wait. And there are things in the bill that I don't particularly get excited about, but I don't think anything's making me angry just yet. They're still politicians. He's one. Congress is a bunch of them, and I don't like any of them. Now, there may be some that I dislike less than others, but, I don't trust any of them. I don't like any of them. Fuck them all. Just fuck them all.
I mean, I'd rather not. That's a lot of fucking.
I mean, yeah, that's 536 of them, and that's not even counting JD. I mean, good Lord.
Yeah, no, I'm not down for that.
Well, actually, it's a little less right now. Have you noticed the geriatric Democrats are dropping like flies, it seems. I mean, I'm not celebrating anybody's death, but there's like been 3 of them in the last 10 days.
Yeah, I mean, the Grim Reaper's been partying.
Yeah, I mean, holy crap. But this is what happens when you become addicted to the power. And most of these names are backbenchers, which is why most people haven't heard about it. But even still, as a backbencher in Congress, you have some power. And Orty is celebrating. Yes, I'll bet he is, because I know one of them was out in his area. So, yeah, I'm sure he is. Oh, man. But yeah, I mean, you become so addicted to the power that you forget to just fucking retire and enjoy your life a little bit. And you die while you're in office. What a miserable fucking existence that is. I mean, just absolutely miserable. I would hate to know that I died on the job because I was too fucking addicted to the power and the greed to enjoy my life at the end. None of these people are young. These aren't people that are my age. They're a good 2.5 decades older than I am. So, let me apologize for the fan running wild on my laptop. I'm sure it's coming through the microphone a little bit.
No, I hadn't been hearing.
Okay, well, I'm hearing it on my end, so whatever. It's all good. It may get louder. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the laptop will take off. But yeah, this is pissing me off. This is the newer laptop, and I've got a fan that's running like a jet, so not good. Anyway, what else is going on? What else is going on? Like I said, yeah, one of those that passed is on the left coast. So, like I said, Orty, yes, we get that you're celebrating. Orty, if you're still there listening, was he actually your district or was he a different one? I know it's a slight chance that it was just his district, but anyway, we'll let Orty chime in when he can. But since we're out on the left coast, let's go ahead and start with them. The stupidity just reigns supreme. It's like between Massachusetts and California and Illinois, it's like they're all trying to out liberal one another. Different. He says he is in a red district. Oh, one of those rarities. Congratulations. Yeah, I know there's a few out there, but not a lot. Anyway, without seeking approval of the San Francisco Board of Education, the superintendent of schools, Maria Sue, plans to unveil a new plan called Grading for Equity. Yeah. It's to go into effect this fall at 14 high schools and cover over 10,000 students. The district is already negotiating with an outside consultant to train teachers in August in a system that awards a passing C grade to scores as low as 41. Yes, you heard that correctly. A 41 would be a C. Grading for equity also eliminates homework or weekly tests from being counted in a student's final semester grade. All that matters is how the student scores on a final exam, which can be taken multiple times. Woohoo! Students can be late turning in an assignment or showing up to class or not showing up at all without it affecting their academic grade. This is like who remembers the movie Summer School with Mark Harmon and Kirstie Alley? There was a very young Dennis Haysbert in the movie. If you don't know who Dennis Haysbert is, you don't watch The Unit, and you don't watch a lot of insurance commercials. But he was also Pedro Serrano in Major League. Yeah, I mean, come on, you're starting to key in on it now, right? Yeah. So anyway, in the movie, he shows up on the first day of class, gets up right after roll is taken on day one, and gets the bathroom pass and walks out and comes back to take the final exam. And he scores the highest grade in the class. I'm guaranteeing that the opposite will be happening in San Francisco. So currently a student needs a 90 for an A and at least a 61 for a D. But under the Leandro Unified School District's grading for equity system, touted by the San Francisco Unified School District and its consultant, a student with a score as low as 80 can attain an A, and as low as a 21 can pass with a D, given the right circumstances. And one of the first comments I saw on this, and these people will be voting right after they graduate. Well, I got news for you. They were going to start voting anyway. This is not going to help anything. What it hurts is the education of the children. What they're doing is they're saying, you're too stupid to do it right, so we're going to dumb this down for you and get you out the damn doors and hope that what's going on in the elementary grades will lead to better days ahead. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. How stupid does somebody have to be to think that this is the answer to their education problems out there? I just, I don't know, man. It gripes my ass to no end, because the kids that are doing it right are the ones that suffer the most. And it's not just out there, it's actually everywhere. When my daughter was in school, she was part of the quote unquote gifted program. My daughter was not academically gifted. My daughter was gifted with other things, like charm and leadership and just the ability to make things go her way. Yeah, it's really it's kind of strange, but she is she is one of the most unique and almost scary to watch how she operates on a professional level as an adult now. Um, she has she's had a few jobs. She's bounced, but by choice, not because she had to. She did it because it was of benefit to her. Um, and I think the only time that she didn't get a job that she applied for, she received a different and better offer the following week. Um, it just I have never in my life seen anybody that can just own a room when she decides to take charge quite like she does. And this is with adults and educated people, and it just she just has that gift. She has that. Um she can't look at a clock that doesn't have numbers on the face and tell you what time it is, though. I love my child, but she's not gifted that way. And she doesn't have to be, because she has a phone in her hand constantly. So, but excuse me. Yes, the allergies are still killing me. Not the voice, but yeah, I'm still suffering. Um, Took a blast of nasal spray about half hour before I came on air. Got my drink here with me. Yay! And it is, it just is. And that going backwards now, she was in the gifted program for her gifts, not because of academics. Um, Academically, the gifted program, as I came to learn over the years of watching them basically become defunded, I, technically, gifted education falls under the umbrella of special education, which means that for all the good and bad of it all, the gifted kids get about 0.5% of the budget under the special ed umbrella, and the rest of it goes to the other kids in special ed, like real special ed, special needs, special abilities. Look, I had a nephew that was in the program, severe cerebral palsy. Y'all have heard me talk about him. I loved Seth. He was freaking amazing. His A success in life for him would have been to be able to wipe his own chin. And that's not his fault. And he was born with this horrible disease. If you don't know what cerebral palsy is, it's basically a disconnect between the brain and the body. Your brain works perfectly fine. You understand everything that's going on around you. You cannot physically react to it in any kind of meaningful manner. It's like being imprisoned in your body, having no control over your limbs, but understanding everything going on around you. Horrible, horrible disease. Horrible. And I do hope there's a cure on the horizon for it, whatever it is. It won't help Seth now, but by God, if it'll help somebody. Anyway, loved him to death, but he should not have been receiving the lion's share of the money going into the special education umbrella. And that's horrible to say. I know it sounds horrible, but it's the truth. We teach these children what they can be taught. And it's the same with regular ed kids. We teach them what they are willing to learn. There's a curriculum that teachers have to follow that's approved by their state, wherever they're at. And, the teachers have to follow this curriculum. You can't force the kid to learn. You simply can't. There have been people that have thrown forward ideas about basing teacher pay on student performance. You can't. You simply, that would be the most unfair thing in the world to do to a teacher who is absolutely marvelous, but has the shittiest kids with the shittiest home life and the shittiest parents and guardians that don't care about getting an education. What's a teacher to do? Live in squalor because somebody else chooses to live in squalor? Anyway, I digress. Regardless, these high school students, after they graduate, many will become registered voters, and they will be just as ignorant and stupid, because some of them are just going to be downright stupid. And there is a difference between being ignorant and stupid, and we all know that. But and you can be both. And a lot of these kids will be, because they'll be scoring 35 on their final exam and getting a D and being handed a high school diploma and shoved out into the world. You might as well just be coming out of 40 years of fucking prison. Remember Shawshank? All they could do was hold down jobs bagging groceries because the world passed them by. And it's going to be the same for these kids. They're going to grow up being adults that can't read, that can't write, that can't do simple math. But hey, scored a 35 on your final, so you passed, baby. Never mind, you missed twice as much as you got right. You passed. The fuck is wrong with these people? How can anybody think that's right and proper? I mean, really? How? And you see all these pictures, these graduation ceremonies going on, the kids snatching microphones out of these are colleges. These aren't even high schools. These are college graduates snatching the microphones from the university president so that they can make their little screaming little 30-second, my name is ba 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 ba, and I'm the hottest bitch up in this auditorium, and then shake her ass at everybody and walk off stage. Mic drop. Like she's somebody. It's ridiculous. Oh, I don't know. I just work here. I just do. Um, I I'm at a loss, really. I am. It bothers me that badly. Um, yeah, yeah. What else is going on? Let's see. Aaron Rodgers is still a free agent. He has not signed with Pittsburgh yet. He has said no to New Orleans, though, because he does not think New Orleans has a chance to win. But if he thinks Pittsburgh has a chance to win, why hasn't he signed already? I don't know. I don't know. Hey, just a reminder, if you're anywhere along the Gulf Coast, Atlantic Coast, I mean, hell, even some parts of the most southernmost West Coast, hurricane season starts, what, Monday? I think it's Monday. June 1st. I don't know when that is. Is that Monday?
Sunday.
Sunday. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Yes, Sunday hurricane season starts. I have a whole house generator now. I am prepared. Actually had to use it the other night. Power went out in a storm. Generator kicked on. 8 minutes later, power kicked back on. Generator kicked off. I said, it's all right. Time's coming. Time is coming. And then I see the story on the news where the power company was talking about their new redundancy rerouting system so that when your power goes down, we can reroute power in and get you back up faster. I'm like, okay, I live at the end of the road in a cul-de-sac, literally the end of the road. There is no alternate route in or out. So when my transformer blows, your truck had better have its ass out here with a lift and a new transformer and getting that shit hooked up. But now I just sit back and relax because I got gas going to my generator, and my generator is big enough to run the entire house. Air conditioner, stove, refrigerator, laundry, you name it, I got it all. Be prepared, folks. It's probably going to be an ugly season. I hope it's not. But we already almost had one here on the northern Gulf Coast. We had a low pressure system form off the coast of Texas and skirt right along Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, over into Florida before it made landfall again. It never quite turned into a full-blown tropical storm, but I've seen them this early. I've been around a little while. I've seen some crazy stuff. And we could have just as easily had one as not have one. So it's all good in the hood. Hey, Rick, bottom of the hour. I guess we need to take a break. Cue up Alejandro and JJ. And you guys can refresh your drinks, stretch your legs, wiggle your ass so it doesn't go numb or anything like that, and be back here in about 4 minutes, and we'll pick up where we left off. How's that sound?
Wanna get my body loose, wanna tell you what to do. I've been running out of bounds like an animal struggling, looking for a diamond. I'm trying, I'm fighting, riding in the rhythm now. I just wanna stay
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis.
And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
All right, welcome back. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, no, I'm not going to sing. Oh, hey, Rick, what's at the top of the hour?
Nothing. I quit. Nothing.
Nothing. I quit. The medication doesn't work.
I hate this place. I've been here 16 years. The medication doesn't work. Actually, coming up after you is Behind the Me Lines Radio over at the Buffoon of the Week channel. So,
all right. Well, there you have it, folks. And I'm sure there will be something else here on KLRN later tonight.
Yep, Rick and Orty, and then we'll head on over to the SHR Media crew to close out the night with Edge of Liberty with the Boston Bastage, otherwise known as Sean Lewis.
Yeah. So do yourself a favor and just follow the bouncing KLRN sign. All right.
They can all stay in the same place. I just go to other people's feeds and grab their shit when it's not us.
Oh, well, there you go. Look, so it'll all be right here on X for you, and you don't have to go anywhere. Or you can stay on KLRN if that's where you're at, klrnradio.com.
.com.
Yeah.
Damn it. I missed the cue.
So, yeah, the Democrats, you know who they are, right? They're the people that always have their hands in other people's pockets. They're
Yeah.
deploying their secret weapon.
Release the secret weapon.
Yes, turn the Kraken loose, if you will. So they have been, for the last couple of weeks, they've been decrying how they've lost young men, and they need to win them back. So they are deploying their activist Olivia Juliana. This is the girl that is about 5'5", 400 pounds, who says she can't afford groceries while Trump is president, but yet she doesn't seem to be losing any weight. She looks like she swallowed a food truck. She followed it, then she swallowed it. She didn't follow it far, I promise you that. Yeah, no. But seriously, who the hell is it that thinks this girl knows how to win young men?
Well, first, I have a question. Since when do the Democrats know what a man is?
I never, it would stand to reason that they don't, since they don't know what a woman is. But I've never heard anybody address the male side of the equation.
Well, I mean, if they don't know what a woman is, they obviously have no idea what a man is, and apparently a man in a dress can be a woman for them, so they have no idea what a man is either.
Well, there you go. And that just turns the whole thing round and round and round. And yet when you go online to buy your I believe in 47 gender t-shirt, it'll ask you if you want them men's size or women's size.
I mean, would it not at least make sense for them to make sure that I believe there are 542 million gender shirts to come in unisex?
Hey, look,
they make those. I know, because we have a store.
I mean, yeah, but I'm serious. If you go online and look at their shirts, they have men's and women's sizes.
Which precludes the entire
how hypocritical of them.
Well, yeah, I love the new thing with the gender studies crowd is that gender is a scientific construct. It's not an actual part of biology.
Right.
And now the psychologists are helping to reinforce this crap, which I saw something from a psychologist the other day. Actually, it was a former stand-up comedian who was talking about the fact that they were going to a psychologist who was reinforcing their position that since they were comfortable wearing diapers all the time, they should just do that all the time. That kind of tells you exactly where our current psychological fields are, in my opinion. I'm just saying.
I am not disagreeing either, because it's absolutely ridiculous. I saw an article the other day that said that you can now identify your gender as a season.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. I mean, hello, come on. Let's wake up here. And it just, it's only, everybody thinks DEI, equity, and all that shit is dead. It's not dead. It's not dead. They're still pushing. What you see is you're seeing lawsuit after lawsuit. You can't stop funding over that. Because these activist judges gotta throw in their 2 cents from the bench. But wow, it just I don't know. I give up. Almost. I can't give up though. I don't know how. It drives me to want to, but yeah. So, oh yeah. You wanna talk about good and properly fucked over? So if you're in New York City, your choices for the mayor are Cuomo or a commie. That's what your choices are. You got the guy that's an open, avowed communist, or you got Cuomo for mayor of New York City. That's fucked up. But you know what? You do it to yourselves. You do it to yourselves. I think oh shit, what's his face? Who's the guy that's there now in New York City? Was it Eric Allen or I forget his name. What is his name? Eric Adams. Eric Adams ought to switch to the Republican Party, just fully embrace the MAGA agenda and run. I think he'd have a shot. He has seen what the liberal policies have done to New York City through COVID and you know and post COVID, and he knows what's going on. I think it's still eating him alive, but he needs to just come to a full dear Lord, I was wrong moment and embrace the right hand agenda and run for mayor again. I don't know. I think he can make a go of it. I really, really do. I mean, when you look at Cuomo, who killed all the grandparents by locking them up in the homes during COVID, and the open communist who wants to raise taxes on everybody in the city, and then tax everybody that comes to visit the city out of their asses so that they don't want to come back anymore. I don't know. I think Adams could make a run for it. And it just it would not hurt my feelings. I mean, New York City's a shithole anyway, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I don't know. Just F it all, right? Just F it all. Let's see. What do we got? Breaking news story. This is hilarious. International Trade Court blocks Trump's tariffs. You can't block Trump's tariffs like that. I mean, that's just like saying this country can have tariffs, but you can't. And who the hell's ever even heard of an international court of trade? Sounds like some EU communist bullshit. I'll tell you what, I wish I had saved the video the other day I saw, with June right around the corner. It was perfect. Rob Schneider's stand-up routine. Wow. Hilarious. Talking about doing away with Pride Month. And yeah, you won't see it from
Well, it took most of the show, but the hamster finally fell off the wheel. We'll see if he comes back.
Oh man, did we bite the dust?
There he is. You were gone for about 15 seconds.
We bit the dust, huh?
Yep.
Well, that
you did good. You made it all the way through the break, and then all of a sudden you were like right mid-sentence is just gone.
Yeah, well, that weather is coming, so there's no telling. Oh, that's funny stuff. I'm gonna have to become like a music and comedy account. I don't know if how far I can go with politics. So, Kash Patel confirmed a little while ago, according to the news, that the Epstein files will be released and information will not be withheld from the American public.
I'll believe
You
it
know,
when I
you
see
know
it.
what? When I see it, I'll be a believer.
I did find it interesting that during that same interview, because this was on Brett Baer earlier tonight, he mentioned that they have netting surrounding the top of the Hoover building because they're trying to stop pieces of concrete from hitting people in the head.
Oh, what fun.
So yeah. Remember when everybody got mad at Trump for saying America was turning into a third world shithole?
I mean,
Just saying.
our infrastructure is falling apart. And nobody really wants to do anything about it because it costs money.
I didn't realize how bad our infrastructure was until I read that the FAA has to go to eBay to get parts for air traffic control.
Oh, well, there you go.
eBay.
Marco Rubio says that the United States is going to begin revoking visas of Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. Again, let's see what happens. You know this is going to go in court, so.
China is asshole.
Asshole, yes. You know, it just lefties are mad over Trump pardons here. He's pardoned some people here recently. They're mad about it. I guess they didn't pay attention to who Biden was pardoning, so you know, it's hypocritical. So yeah, I'm not putting a lot of stock in that. Elon set to depart the administration. It was, you know, everybody acts like this is some huge victory for the left. It's not. This was planned from day one, actually pre-day one. It was planned in the transition period that he would not be a permanent fixture. And, you know, his offboarding, hell, it started today, actually, according to this. I guess he'll be a consultant from time to time, but yeah, he was never meant to be a permanent part of the administration. So everybody acting like they've achieved something by having Elon Musk leave, you have achieved nothing because he was leaving anyway, whether your limp dicks did anything or not. So, yes, we've achieved our goal of getting Elon Musk out of the way at the end of his contract. Man, I don't. Oh, there's the fan getting louder now. Can you hear it now, Rick? Nope. Still not. Wow.
But
that's amazing.
But now I have a riff from an Animal House song in my head. So thanks for that.
Which one?
Getting a little bit louder.
Oh,
now.
Yeah, Otis. My man. Yeah. If the online polls are correct, I'm seeing one right now, literally, that finished up with Andrew Cuomo taking 54% of the vote against 46% for Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani being the communist, Cuomo being the narcissist. I'm telling you, New York is good and fucked. Yeah, just, you know, I came on unprepared. I'm scanning, looking for news stories to try to fill the time, and I can't find shit for a news story online right now. Isn't that something? Uh, any other time there'd be 1,000 stories to pick from. It just whee! I don't know. What do you know, Rick? You know anything good?
As little as possible because it keeps me out of trouble.
Well, that's good and true. Let me skim over this real quick because these are always good to. Do 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 do. Well, that's pretty cool. I don't know that that's something we would discuss, but that's pretty cool. I'll mention it as we go through here. A 19-year-old won a $100,000 prize for inventing a cheaper, faster way to make antiviral drugs out of corn husks. That's pretty cool.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll look into that deeper later, but infant with incurable disease is first to successfully receive personalized gene therapy treatment. Well, I guess that means he's not incurable then, right?
Well, he was considered incurable until CRISPR. Because I'm sure that probably had something to do with what they did. Because CRISPR has been all over the news lately again. Apparently, we're starting to edit people's genomes because it's being talked about in TV shows on a regular basis.
Oh, really?
Yep. The new show, Watson, that's supposedly a spinoff of the CBS version of Sherlock Holmes, which makes no sense to me because in that one, Watson was female.
Oh, yeah.
In this one,
Oh, you know what?
in
This is a great story. I saw this on the news the other night, and I actually meant to go out and find it then. This was fantastic. Guy was he was fishing, and I don't know if you got to see this or not, but this is literally right down the road from me in Pensacola, Florida. Guy was fishing on the beach, and he has seizures, so he cannot.
all right, we lost you at he has seizures when you come back.
Are we back yet?
Yeah, we lost you at he has
Okay.
seizures.
So he has seizures. He can't go out into the water because if he has a seizure, he'll drown. But he's shore fishing, and he uses drones to help him spot fish, so he knows where to cast from the shore. So he's got a drone up in the air, and he flies over a drowning girl, and he knows he can't go get her, but he brings the drone back in, outfits it with a flotation device, and sends it back out to the girl. And she ended up being rescued because while he's dropping the flotation device, he's also calling 911, getting lifeguards on the scene. Very, very cool story. Just a right place, right time kind of moment. But, you know, like I was saying earlier, you know, we do with our abilities what we can. And Pensacola shark fisherman Andrew Smith, he saved a little girl. You know, he saved a little girl using his drones that he used to help him. Different, he got it to her just in time. and they said it was really early, and he released the first. Oh, okay. So he missed with the first flotation device. He released it too early, and the wind blew it away from her, and he had to get another one and fly it back out to her. Wow, hell of a story. Hell of a story.
Definitely qualifies as G's happy ending.
Yeah, without a doubt. This is definitely happy ending material. So you can squish or boing or whatever it is that you do when we do a happy ending, and
Giggity giggity.
Absolutely. Giggity 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 goo. Use two fingers, paddle the canoe. I don't know. I've just something I've heard. Oh, what the hell? Who cares, right? No one's listening.
We're all going to hell anyway.
That's the Bob Uecker line from Major League. No one's watching anyway.
I gotta watch that movie.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Well, look, folks, we're back around top of the hour. It seems. If you like the way I stammer and stumble, you can find me on Twitter at TCC_Grouchy. If you don't, that's fine too. May you and your mom have a nice time with Orty behind the Circle K.
Tag team.
And do yourself a favor and stay right here with Rick. He's going to be taking you to all the best content tonight and providing some of it as well. So that's it. That's the show. If you like it, tell your friends. If your friends like it, you need new ones. But they and you are welcome with me. Well, most Wednesdays, not through the summer, but on KLRN Radio. I'm your host, The Grouch. Peace.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years. Here's to us. Here's to us. All the times that we messed up. Here's to you. Feel the grass. Cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. If they give you hell, tell them go fuck themselves. Here's to us. 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 Mighty well. Here's to us. Here's to us.
Cause respect moves behind enemy lines. Fighting for the truth feels like wartime. Don't back down, keep it fucking it raw. Cool in the chaos, but loud in the war. But loud in the war.
Hang on a second. I got to limber up here. Oh, wait, they're on. Hey there, everybody, and welcome back behind enemy lines. I'm Gene Barry Galloway. Ross, what's going on, man?
What's going on, man? You know what is funny? So, Gene, for those of you guys who don't know what Gene's talking about, he's talking crap in the chat before the show starts. I can't get into the show until Gene emails me a link. So it's like he has the keys, you know what I mean? So I can only come on when he emails me. So when I'm late, it's usually that.
Sure. That's what you want to say? Is that the story you're sticking to? It? It's on tape now. Just saying. Anyways, listen, we got a whiz bang of a show for everybody today. As people start filtering in, we see some friendly faces in the chat already. How was your Memorial Day, pal?
It was fantastic. What's better than Memorial Day? I mean, a lot of people don't, a lot of people are like, oh, thank you for your service and stuff. Memorial Day, obviously, it's for the fallen, right? We should remember those that gave all on Memorial Day. If you watch like Man on the Street interviews like Jesse Waters and stuff, it's astonishing how many college-age kids over on the beaches in Long Island didn't know what Memorial Day was and didn't know a damn thing about any historical event or war that this country has fought. Unreal, really. College kids.
Yeah, it's downright sickening. You wouldn't believe how many adults as well were they confuse Veterans Day and Memorial Day, and you wonder what you're doing at some point, don't you?
Well, I'm wondering, like, what do they teach in school? Like, is there a history class? Does that happen anymore?
There's supposed to be, right? I mean, American history. What I see with Marcos and his school seems to be pretty damn good. So,
all right.
The rest of them, I don't know. But yeah, people are filtering in. I'm kidding around with some people in the chat about how they make evil memes, or
you should share that one at some point. That meme I saw was great.
Yeah, it'll show up in another show for sure. We'll let you in on the inside joke on Buffoonology 101 on Friday, guys, about that one. But before we get to that, we have this show to get to. So, guys, we make this show for you. Hopefully one day it'll be funded by you. If you are watching wherever you are, make sure you smash the thumbs up button so that way we get more people to come in. The algorithm puts it out further to different people, and maybe we can get a much bigger conversation going. Not that I don't love you guys here already, and you're awesome, but let's make some new friends as well. So hit that thumbs up button. Like, comment, share the show with your friends. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And that's the pre-show grift. There'll be some post-show grift coming later. We got 3 different things to talk about here today, pal. I'm going to let you steer the ship for a little bit. I'll let you get your learner's permit on how to run the show. We can talk about what every Republican conservative wants out of government this week, and that is for Doge to take permanent effect and all the cuts there. We can talk about the continuing mess that is Jake Tapper and how his story has changed this week. Or we can get into information coming out of the White House thanks to, of all places, Project Veritas, an organization we haven't heard from in a while because James O'Keefe has taken it back. So now he has O'Keefe Media Group and Project Veritas, and how David Hall got caught up in one of his stings. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
Man, those are all actually very exciting. I'd like to start with Doge only because I'm feeling I'm in one of my moods, man, where I'm really feeling the Republican Party is useless, and there's a perfect time to speak about it. You said all Republican conservatives want this. They don't. That's the sad part.
Well, when I say all Republican conservatives want this, I'm talking about those voicing their opinions on Twitter, not necessarily elected officials. Maybe I should have qualified it that way, but I think it's fair to say that you're right. There has been a lot of consternation in the right-wing Twitter sphere, or X sphere, or whatever you want to call it, of representatives being less enthusiastic about getting to these permanent Doge cuts. We knew that they were coming sooner or later from the White House, and we got word earlier today, I believe, from the budget director, Russ Vaught, that it's coming, and it's coming soon. Take a look at this from Larry Kudlow's show on, I believe this is Fox Business.
Rumor has it that we got a big rescission package, an Elon Musk Doge rescission package coming up. Can you confirm it?
I can. We'll be sending that up on Monday or Tuesday whenever the House is back in session. They will get our first rescissions bill. And again, this has been proposed and we've talked about it. We want to make sure that Congress passes its first rescissions bill, including the Doge, and we will send more if they pass it. And so this is the first one is foreign aid, USAID cuts, many of the waste and garbage that was funding not only wasteful but hurting our foreign policy, but also the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and NPR. We'll be sending that up, and we're working with Congress, and we've had good conversations to make sure that they knew what was coming. They had some input as to changes that could be made to make it something that could pass the House, and we're excited for that to occur next week.
So next week, early next week, it looks like we're going to be getting the first of these rescission bills. Now, Coffee Grinder in the chat actually kind of let the cat out of the bag about why this hasn't come up before, that Doge cannot be included in the big, beautiful budget submitted by the Trump administration. I'm going to turn now to, let me see if I can work the buttons right here. Nope, that's the wrong button. We're going to go to this button here, and we're going to share my screen because Stephen Miller had a pretty good explanation for everybody out there about why the bill couldn't include these Doge rescissions. So you see there on the screen the tweet from Stephen Miller. Doge cuts are to discretionary spending, for example, the federal bureaucracy. Under Senate budget rules, you cannot cut discretionary spending, only mandatory spending, in a reconciliation bill. So Doge cuts would have to be done through what is known as a rescissions package or an appropriations bill. The big, beautiful bill, or the budget, as I alluded to earlier, is not an annual budget bill and does not fund the departments of government. It does not finance our agencies or federal programs. Instead, it includes the single largest welfare reform in American history, along with the largest tax cut and reform in American history, the most aggressive energy exploration in American history, and the strongest border bill in American history, all while reducing the deficit. So, advertisement notwithstanding, the Doge cuts had to be submitted in this rescissions package. That's why it has taken up to this point to get this into Congress.
I get what he's saying, right? Let's just look back in history a little bit. Obamacare was passed through reconciliation. The parliamentarian is the one who decides what the Senate rules mean, and the majority can overrule the parliamentarian, right? So I'm not buying it. If you caught what Russ Vought was saying, he said, we're going to submit this first package, and if it gets approved, we'll be submitting more. It's not going to get approved. You're not going to get 60 votes in the Senate. You're probably not even going to get a majority in the House, right? So none of those Doge cuts are going to get codified. That's it. Unless the Republicans grow a set of balls and shut down the government, right? Don't pass any spending bill. F it. We will shut down the government.
So you want to play chicken?
I'm not even playing chicken. I've said this for years. Shut the government down. We have a majority. What deals are the Democrats making? When did they cross the aisle on anything?
I'm not disagreeing with you on this point. I say Senate rules have changed so much in the past couple of years. Why is this a Senate rule that can't be changed by a majority vote? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Of course it can. The parliamentarian is the one that deciphers the rules. Obamacare, they decided, wasn't mandatory spending back then, and they passed that on a simple majority. So we need to do the same thing that they do, but we are never willing to do it. This is why we will never win, right? I'm telling you, if Trump doesn't run again in 2028, the party's over.
Well, we're going to put this question out to the chat because we got a lot of friendly faces in there talking right now. I'd love to get some of their thoughts on this topic. Should balls go to the wall right now? Should one of the two suggestions we're talking about here is changing the rules of the Senate to allow this to go forward on a simple majority. The other one is to hold out and shut down the government until such time as Democrats are willing to come to the table. My issue with the shutdown is that Democrats badly played the last shutdown. And I think they'd be less willing to go along to get along the way that Chuck Schumer was last time around. I don't know if that's a real option.
Why not? And what? First of
all, because I think that they'll be more dug in than they were before. Chuck Schumer got embarrassed during the last shutdown, and I'm wondering if he would be a little more hardline and make that go on longer than it would be useful for the Republicans to do it.
There's a real easy way to not have to shut down the government. Eliminate the filibuster, right? They're going to do it to us. I say this every time this comes up. They're going to do it to us. Eliminate the filibuster. You can't run, Gene, and our side does this. So does the left. They run on the term Donald Trump is an existential threat and fill in the blank to democracy, to women's rights, to the environment, whatever you want to fill in the blank. Then our side runs on deficit spending is an existential threat to the republic. So if it's truly an existential threat, like America can literally cease to exist if we don't fix this, eliminate the filibuster and balance the budget, or at least make headway into some of the Doge cuts.
So here's where I'm confused a little bit, and I want to get a little guidance from you, pal. You mentioned, deficit spending. Even if we were to implement, let's say, every single Doge cut that we have right now, would I be correct in saying that that would only slow down deficit spending and not necessarily stop it? There would still be some deficit spending. It just wouldn't be at the same rate as it was last year, right?
You're 100% right. But the big, beautiful bill that the House is touting and why it stands no chance in the Senate is that they claim it saves $1.5 trillion over 10 years. That is $150 billion a year, which is a drop in the bucket when you're talking about a $36 trillion debt, right? It's only going to, it's still going to go up, but it's going to go up 1.5 trillion less. We're $2 trillion in deficit spending every year. So we're not even like saving 1 year over 10 years, right? If it's an existential threat, we have to do something, or it's not. And then we need to stop saying that.
Right. And to me, the plan was always you couldn't just cut spending. You also had to increase revenue, which was the purpose of the tariffs as well, was to increase certain revenue coming not from Americans in raising taxes, but coming from foreign actors and getting more money out of them without a crazy price hike on consumers. So it was supposed to be a little from column A, a little from column B, some from column C, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like this is a tightrope that they're walking here. And it sounds like to me what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying, is that the Trump administration will fall from the tightrope unless there are some drastic changes made within the procedures of the legislature that the GOP majorities have to give to the Trump administration in order to get this agenda moving forward.
Yeah, and to tell you the truth, our biggest problem with the Republican Party, the Republican Party has a lot of problems, right? But it's your neck of the woods. The New York delegation of so-called Republicans are actually the worst, right? They pressured Donald Trump into giving a tax break to millionaires. How? They were going to raise the SALT deduction to $40,000, state and local taxes. How many people listening here pay $40,000 worth of state and local taxes, right? You have to be making a pretty good amount of money to pay that much, right? And then the rest of the country is subsidizing you because you live in a state that is not good with their money, right? So that tax break is going to very rich people in blue states.
And then add on top of that, that during the vote on the big, beautiful bill, my member of Congress, Andrew Garbarino, was the one who fell asleep and didn't vote. So there's going to be some ramifications on that. There's been talk about him getting primaried, even though he's sort of like the lead of the Long Island delegation of Republicans in Congress. There are some people that are not happy with him at all. And we'll keep you updated on whether or not there's going to be any sort of fallout from that. But you're absolutely right that the New York Republicans, and I think I'm being generous in saying this, is a middle-of-the-road Democrat just about everywhere else in the country. They certainly fight to bring back money from the federal government in order to offset all of the draconian costs of living in New York State, in the People's Republic of New York. That certainly is a major concern. Add on to that the federal government is going to war with New York about other ways that they're trying to raise revenue, like congestion pricing and all that, which is just adding to the burden of people in the People's Republic of New York. And you end up with a cluster, and you end up with Republicans not acting like Republicans coming from this state. It truly is a shame in that respect. So let's say the Senate comes to its senses and they're able to get rid of the filibuster or suspend the rules that are necessary in order to get to a simple majority on this. Do they then have the balls to vote for it, or will there still be some consternation coming from the GOP?
Now, Gene, that was the smartest take I've heard, because I agree with you. I think I agree with you. as much as I want to see them grow a spine and do these things,
they're still going to bitch and moan.
Even if they mustered the courage to do it, it still wouldn't pass because there are so many Republicans that won't vote for it. Even if they got rid of the filibuster, it wouldn't pass because they're all talk and no action. Think about this. We just talked about $1.5 trillion over 10 years. The DOD in this new big, beautiful bill, the Department of Defense, they're going to get $1 trillion a year, right? And I get it. Trump ran on rebuilding the military. He wants to do the Golden Dome over the United States and possibly Canada if they become the 51st state. And I'm all for all that stuff. But other than Donald Trump, the Republican Party supposedly now is the party of the working class. Okay. So other than Trump himself, what has the Republican Party done for us? Not recently, in the past. What do you think they're going to do in the future? My answer is nothing. They've done nothing. They do nothing. We're 6 months in, just about. Right?
You know what they're doing? They are riding the coattails of Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
But those coattails end, Gene, unless the joke comes true and he runs for another term, which obviously he can't, right? Those coattails are gone. And we're going to see that in the midterms. Without Donald Trump on top of that ticket and with the Republicans not doing a damn thing, I don't think we're going to do well in the midterms, and rightfully so, honestly.
I tend to agree with the fear that without Donald Trump steering the Republican Party, which, by the way, under his stewardship, he's getting union endorsements. He's getting support from working class Americans, the people that are forgotten by the fringe Democrats, everyone in flyover country that would normally just support us because they had no other alternative. They're doing so enthusiastically now. So I agree with you on that. And the clock is ticking on a Republican emerging that can pick up that standard bearer with the same force of personality that Donald Trump has. And, you know, some people say it might be J.D. Vance. Some people say it might be DeSantis. I don't see a deep bench for an executive that will carry that out at this point. I share your concerns, pal.
Let me just clarify my point. Because although I agree with everything you said, I'm not looking for the next cult of personality to take Donald Trump's place, right? Because my larger point is that the Republican Party is useless. So it doesn't matter. Donald Trump could literally become king, and it won't matter because the Congress, I mean, king as in like staying in office forever, but obviously we have a legislative body and courts. If they don't change the law and they don't cut spending and they don't codify the cuts that Doge recommended, then what is the point of all this, right? I love Donald Trump. It's funny watching him on TV. I feel like I'm watching, wrestling like back in the day. It's just very entertaining, and I can live with that. I was very happy that he got reelected, and if nothing else, I'll be entertained for a few more years. But after this, I don't care if another Donald Trump emerges. The Republican Party's useless. They get nothing done.
And you know what the crazy thing is? We got them right where we want them. Democrats are in disarray. There is no real leadership. The old guard of leadership, as you pointed out in previous shows, they're fit to get dethroned at this point. I mean, there's talk here in the People's Republic of New York of AOC primarying Chuck Schumer, and in a recent poll, she's in the lead. The old guard is about to go down, and the Democratic Party is about to lurch further to the left. This is the perfect opportunity for Republicans to finally consolidate that power, get on board for real with this populist movement that we have going on, and then they'll be able to write their own ticket for not only the next 2 years, but maybe the next 6 to 10 years after that. It's the short-sightedness here is ridiculous. We've got a comment here from The Coffee Grinder, one of our new faves around here, along with our old faves. By the way, I love all my children equally, so calm down. I do believe to eliminate the filibuster forever takes a vote of 2/3 of the Senate to do it. Fact check me, please. Mr. Galloway, you're an expert on this. Go right ahead.
Fact check. Simple majority to change a rule in the Senate. And that's why the Democrats opened this door, because they used to use filibusters for even federal judges, right? And then the Democrats got rid of it. And then the Republicans eventually got rid of it for Supreme Court justices, because Democrats always vote party line, and we were in danger of not being able to approve a single judge when, if we didn't have 60 votes in the Senate, which we almost never will. Okay, so yeah, it's a simple majority, and the Democrats have a long history of going nuclear when they really want to get something passed. So my point has always been, why wouldn't we? We claim these things are existential. The other thing I just want to say, Gene, real quick about the Republican Party, right? It's so upsetting now because the things that people want today, I always say Donald Trump's not like a super conservative guy, right? He's right of center, but he's really center. We're not, if you looked at the Republican Party 20 years ago, the hardcore right was thinking about like things like gay marriage and banning abortions, not like just overturning Roe v. Wade, right? Now we've taken a more moderate approach where nobody's really talking about gay marriage anymore. Abortions are just up to the states, right? So we're not asking them for those hardcore conservative Christian right-wing things. We're asking for like real simple stuff, man. You say you're a fiscal conservative, and now the majority of the country kind of believes in that stuff. So where are they? They can't even do that. So what is the point?
That's right. And for backfill on your previous point, I always have this bookmarked in every browser I have. Senator Harry Reid, after doing what they called the nuclear option when it came to those federal appointments that you were talking about, November 21st, 2013, thanks to all of you who encouraged me to consider filibuster reform, it had to be done. We're at that moment again, in my opinion. Pandora's box has already been opened. It was opened in 2013. There's no reason why it shouldn't continue to go forward in that respect, or at least do something like suspend the rules for this particular issue and for this particular bill. They might be able to do that as well. It's been a while since I looked up my Senate rules, but be that as it may, there are options out there. If the GOP, and I'm not talking about Trump, I'm talking about the GOP, because there needs to be a distinction between the two. The GOP has an opportunity to finally put their money where their mouth is, and we need to hold their feet to the fire. By the way, Deborah comes to us and says that AOC will eat Chuck and not in a happy way. By the way, Deborah, I haven't got a chance to thank you for the that you don't know this, Russ, but between shows, Deborah actually donated to the cause on a video and submitted like a super chat into one of our on-demand videos, which was really cool.
Nice. We got to get her on one night.
Yeah. And Deborah's also responsible for helping me out with my book a lot. So I'd love that. Listen, one night I think we need to get together with a lot of people that we have in our chat. Maybe do like a party line. Maybe just forget about doing shows and topics and just do a party line, hang out, drink a little bit, and just shoot the shit. That would be we used to do those a couple of nights a week back when we were doing this as strictly a podcast way back in the day when we were in the same room together. It might be time to do a virtual one of those. We'll see.
Yeah.
But that'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Let me just circle back to business real quick before we move on. So, and this is like to Coffee Grinder's point a little bit here. So, two things. One, the parliamentarian, does anyone even know who that person is? No. They're selected by the, say again?
The Senate parliamentarian.
Yeah. Do you know who that is?
No, I'm looking it up right now. I got to be honest. I don't know his name.
I'll give you a hint. It's not an elected member of the Senate, okay?
No,
it's a person selected by the majority, and that person can get fired if you disagree with them, right? It's just a rule.
All right, so listen to this. Listen to this real quick. The name, forget about the name for a second. The salary of the parliamentarian of the United States Senate is over $200,000. Nice plum gig if you can get it. And they serve at the pleasure of the majority leader.
Correct. So guess what? If you tell us rescission can't be in a reconciliation bill, I don't agree with your interpretation of the rules. You're fired. Next. What do you think about it, Mr. Next Guy? And then lastly, on the filibuster talk, I just want to just make sure everyone listening is clear on this. So the filibuster is another Senate rule. And all that means is, so in the Constitution, basically it allows for unlimited debate in the United States Senate. The House doesn't have that. So when you watch like hearings, House members are very strict on time. They get like 2 minutes. They usually bloviate for the whole 2 minutes. Don't ask any questions. For the Senate, technically they have unlimited debate. And what they used to do, and some people still try to do this every once in a while, is they'll just go up there and start reading books, right? Because you could stay on the floor and debate for as long as you could stand there, right? What's his name? Cory Booker just tried to do this not long ago. He stood on for more than 24 hours. Like, hey, congratulations, good job. So But what the Senate did not long ago, less than 100 years ago, was they said, you know what? We'll do a 60 vote threshold rule to end debate, okay? To end a filibuster. So now you don't have to stand up there and talk for unlimited time. You could just say, we're doing a filibuster, and that's it. And then it takes 60 votes to stop it. No one has to stand up there and read a book on the Senate floor.
Right.
That is nowhere in the Constitution. Anything about the filibuster, nothing about a 60 vote threshold. In the Constitution, simple majorities in both houses of Congress are required to pass laws. So if anything, I think we should go back to that. You can still have unlimited debate, and you can stand up there and talk for as long as you want. But when you run out of gas, the issue at hand gets brought to the floor and gets voted on, and a simple majority will pass it. And the last point on this, Gene, because this is important, as long as the Democrats do not cheat and steal elections, Republicans should always have a majority in the Senate. Look, we have more governors in the 50 states than the Democrats do. So we should have more senators than the Democrats do, as long as they don't cheat and steal elections going forward. So what are we worried about? Eliminate the stupid filibuster rule. It's not even in the Constitution.
Yeah, if you can win statewide for a state seat, you can win statewide for a federal seat. Absolutely correct. By the way, if you want to watch Galloway's head explode, the current parliamentarian of the United States Senate is a woman by the name of Elizabeth McDonough. She has held this office since 2012. And, pal, guess what party she is affiliated with?
I'm going to take a wild guess. Well, no, you know what? It wouldn't even surprise me if she was a Republican, but I'm going to guess Democrat.
Yep.
Democrat. In 2012, we did not have the majority.
Oh, yeah, she's a Democrat.
I believe it.
Yeah.
So why is she not fired?
Still there.
Yeah.
And that's what we call deep state. That's what you call deep state. All right, so you know what? I got to do the halftime grift. You okay with that?
Do your thing. I'm good now.
I don't care if you're okay with it. Halftime grift. Here we go. Hey, everybody. Thanks for tuning into the show. I'm Gene. He's Russ. We are Behind Enemy Lines. We do this little show right here on the Buffoon Week channel. We're on YouTube. We're on Rumble. We're on X. We're also on KLRN Radio. Shout out to all of our people at KLRN chilling out with us. Hope you're enjoying the show. Support the channel. Like, share, subscribe wherever you are. Follow wherever you are, wherever you're on social media. And if you got some time, check out some merch at shop.buffoonoftheweek.com. I still have the sale going on from 2 weeks ago. If you want to participate in it, it is the coupon code is fraud, and you get 10% off anything in the store. And as always, you can check out buffoonoftheweek.com. We have blog posts up there many days a week where you can information that goes along with every video that we put out there. Those are the ways to support the channel, and we can now continue on. That was a very short grift.
Who is the parliamentarian of our little competition here? Oh, it's you. Yeah, that's great.
And Skippy, listen, I'm the only one that I trust with something as serious as that. Lord knows I wouldn't trust you. Oh, wait. Oh, look at this. I got baby grifters. Look, I got baby grifters. If you're new here, check out our new show, Buffoonology 101. At some point, it's hilarious, and we get to vote. Aww. All right, now I take it back about the whole thing about saying that you send out evil memes. I take it back.
Do we really get to vote, Gene? Do we really?
Yes, we all get to vote. And we're going to keep it that way until I want to change it.
Thank you, Master.
Now, speaking of Buffoonology 101, and thank you, Daisy Bell, for the segue. One of our buffoons just keeps on ticking, and that's Jake Tapper. He's still in the news, and he's still taking hits about his book about the Biden decline that he is all gaslighting us about. But he seems to have hired a crisis management team that is helping him get through this book tour in one piece. In fact, one of the popular X accounts, Western Lensman, has a compilation video. I love when he does these things. He did it with Bernie Sanders, and we liked it then. Here is Jake Tapper trying to get through this book tour, and he's trying to express his humility in missing the story about Joe Biden for all the times that he wasn't writing a book.
coverage during the Biden years, and I did cover some of these issues, but not enough. I look back on it with humility. And look, knowing what I know now, obviously, I feel tremendous humility about my coverage. That's correct, I didn't. And like I said, I feel humility about my coverage. But yeah, I mean, of course, I've said, I look back at my coverage with humility. But it's impossible knowing then what I know now to not feel humility when I look back at my coverage. There's a lot of regret. There's a lot of humility. And looking back on that interview, which I feel tremendous humility about, our reporting suggests that she was correct. So I feel humility, tremendous humility.
Humility. Your turn. Are you feeling humble?
Humility.
Humility.
So Jake Tapper and CNN, they lied. I'm not going to say they were wrong, right? Because saying they were wrong implies like it was questionable. They made an error in judgment. They lied about Russiagate in the first Trump administration. They lied about the COVID scam. They lied about the Hunter Biden laptop. And they lied about Joe Biden's cognitive decline, right? They just lied. So what is there to be humble about or humility? About what? About lying? About getting caught? Right? They've been a joke. So that's why I keep saying, like, I'm not really, like, am I shocked that Jake Tapper is a liar? No, because I've been paying attention for a few years, right? They've been lying for decades, but over the last 8 years, it was outrageous, the lies they were telling, right? So, again, I want to know who put the papers under the auto pen to get all these things signed, supposedly with Joe Biden's approval. I want to know who that person was. I don't care about Jake Tapper. I don't, right? He's full of shit. We all know that.
Well, here's I think Jon Stewart said it best, and this is why I care. Jake Tapper made the world pay to buy his book so we can get the news he should have been reporting for 4 years. You know, it's like the journalism version of OnlyFans. You got to pay monthly to get a subscription to get all the really good stuff out of them. So, oh, look, we got a disagreement in the chat with Galloway here. Hang on. Not disagreeing with you, Ross. Don't take it wrong. I'm just reading as fast as you were talking about it. Okay, so.
No, and just so people are not looking at the chat, we're not disagreeing at all.
Yeah.
I'm just frustrated that we have a very weak team. Our side, and I'm assuming Coffee Grinder's on our side on most issues, our side is a lot like, and I make fun of Gene about this all the time, but he's not as bad as the rest of our side. Our side likes to play by the rules and to maintain decorum, right? But that other side doesn't do that, right? Look, we just talked about Jake Tapper. They literally lied for 8 years. They tried to put Donald Trump in jail during the election after he announced he was running for president, and now they're saying we're weaponizing the justice system, right? Like, they don't play by any rules. So why do we? We can't keep crying wolf and saying things are existential and then not using the same tactics they use against us back on them. We just can't. We will not survive as a republic like this. We can't.
No, and I certainly hear that. And as far as the culture war and rhetoric goes, I'm with you on that. I don't understand why our elected officials who run and, you know, talk the talk and want to sound like they're there to support the Trump agenda and then end up not being there. I don't know how that helps. It's a cycle. It's a cycle with Republicans, not Trump supporters, not MAGA, with Republicans, with the GOP, that they talk a big game and then they back down. I think because many of them are playing the same game as Democrats are as far as the grift. I think that they're all grifting from the same trough. And I think that if they bite the hand that feeds, and this is just my unvarnished opinion, I don't have any inside information on this. If they bite the hand that feeds, then they're going to end up losing their feathered nest and they're going to lose their meal ticket. As for me and why I'm in that camp sometimes, I need to put my head on a pillow. For me, it's not because I'm getting paid by anybody, but I need to sleep well at night knowing that I am maintaining my own principles and not selling out for the sake of some expediency on some legislation. But that's just me, and that's my cross to bear.
I can't sleep. I can't sleep the way we're doing things now. The people, and I'm not talking about people who broke windows at January 6th and fought with cops. I'm talking about like the little old ladies that were following crowds into an open building that cops were just standing there letting them go in. Went to jail for years pre-trial. Right?
I'm with you 100%. I'm with you on that 100%.
So now where is the left going to jail? And I don't care. We could be hypocrites. Let the next Democrat president pardon them, right? Put them in jail. Like, you have to fight back, right? Or I'm going to wind up in jail one day. Like, this is just crazy. I'm voting for the Republicans to protect me and to look out for my interests. And they refuse to do it.
So here's the problem. And this is a political reality when it comes to the intersection of law and politics. LaMonica McIver, for instance, she's charged. She's facing assault, federal felony charges, right? Where is her case going to be heard? Newark, New Jersey. Not exactly Trump country. Democrat in a Democrat jurisdiction. Shocker. We didn't think it was going to happen there. The judge in Wisconsin is going to be tried in, I believe, Milwaukee. Not exactly Trump country. That jury is going to nullify just as quickly as the Newark Jersey is going to for McIver. The Republicans that were charged in J6, they did what they did, allegedly, and whatever, in a Democrat jurisdiction. Republicans and a Democrat jury. That's your problem. The problem is your justice system is just as politicized as anything else, as your legislative and your executive branch are. And I don't think that people realize that at that local granular level, where you have to have 12 idiots in a box decide someone's fate, the politics of the moment does come into play. And that's the unfortunate thing that you're going to be seeing here. All the feel-good stuff about the arrests that you want to see, and some of them are happening, is going to go away when those acquittals start rolling in.
Yeah. So, all right. In the paradigm that exists at this moment, you're right. In a way, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. Still, we should definitely still do it.
Oh, you still bring charges, absolutely.
But who sets the jurisdiction for the judicial branch in our system of government? Who has the power? Who has the check and balance over the judiciary to set their jurisdiction?
Well, I mean, these are Article 2 judges, right? So
Article 3 judges and Article 2 power in the legislative branch, Article 1 power in the legislative branch. They are the ones who set all federal court jurisdiction according to the Constitution. Now, I know the higher courts set precedent and give guidelines to lower courts, but Congress can just strip away jurisdiction from federal courts for certain crimes. They can also, and I've heard this idea floated, and I don't know why the Republicans don't eliminate the filibuster and pass something like this. If you get charged, you should never have your hearing in Washington, D.C. That is a federal district. You should have your hearing where you live, in the jurisdiction in which you live, right? It doesn't matter if the offense was committed in D.C. That's a federal district. It's not a real place, right? Take that power away from those federal courts and put it back in the jurisdiction where the person themselves live. If you look at the Declaration of Independence, that was one of our gripes, that the monarch would drag you away to faraway distant lands and courts, right? And have fake tribunals. That's exactly what we've become. By the way, for you guys listening, go look up the Declaration of Independence. It's a real short read founding fathers had against the British Crown, and you will be shocked that almost every one of their gripes is worse today.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying doesn't really solve the McIver problem or the judge in Wisconsin's problem or anything like that.
But if you're saying it's an existential threat, right? You're saying it's so bad for justice, the way it's set up right now, then let's fix it. We have the power. Fix it.
Right, but the main part of criminal justice, at least, is you have to be tried by a jury of your peers. And McIver's jury of peers is in the Northern District.
Maybe for her, but not in D.C.
Oh, no.
The majority of my peers would be wherever I live.
Unless you reside in D.C., you shouldn't be tried in D.C. if you're not from D.C. I agree with that. But I'm just saying that what you're talking about only solves part of the problem. The problem is you need to start changing the hearts. It's not a quick fix. You got to change the hearts and minds of those people to ignore party labels and to actually act in the interest of justice. Do you want to have a member of Congress who feels like she has the power and authority to assault and throw elbows on a federal law enforcement officer? That's the question you have to ask. And maybe I'm being a little too pessimistic. I'm being a little too black-pilled in that respect, thinking that, it's already baked into the cake here that this is going to be a not guilty verdict. But that seems to be the situation, that a lot of these, I don't want to say politically motivated prosecutions, but a lot of these prosecutions where there is an intersection between law and politics within them always seem to come down to the politics of the locale where the court is located. And that's a major problem, especially when it comes to the D.C. court.
And we've spoken about this before, and it's actually in the news right now, breaking news. A judge in New York struck down all President Trump's tariffs, right? So that whole thing has to go on appeal. And the White House said this a few weeks ago, and I thought it was fairly brilliant. When it comes to nationwide injunctions, where one federal district judge can do a nationwide injunction against something that the executive branch has done is insane, right? For a whole host of reasons. But the main reason is what we're talking about right here, where they venue shop. They pick a friendly district with a friendly judge to their cause, and they get that judge to do a nationwide injunction to stop something that the executive has done. So in effect, the executive branch, and in this case it's Donald Trump, has to basically run the table. Every time he does something, he has to do it in a way where he will pass the scrutiny of all of the district judges across the entire country, because any one of them could potentially do a nationwide injunction. That's clearly not the way the federal judiciary is supposed to work, right?
And that's absolutely right. And there's a simple fix to that, by the way. Congress can pass a law to say that matters that have a national impact, like these tariff issues or any other issue that, this lawfare that continues is going on, has original jurisdiction with the Supreme Court. Let it go straight to the Supreme Court.
So what should we do, Gene? Should we give the Republicans the majority so they pass a law like that?
I thought that's what we did.
Oh, that's right. They do have the majority.
Hang on a second. Why wouldn't Democrats want that too?
They should.
They wouldn't want Republicans doing this lawfare to them and trying to stop things at a federal district court level and then going up to the circuit level and then having them do an en banc appeal and then going up the ladder all the way to the Supreme Court again. And whether or not they'll take it up is anybody's guess.
But why doesn't our side even try it? Right? Like tomorrow, a district judge in, I don't know, let's say Texas can just say, you know what? We're going to ban abortions nationwide. We're going to ban funding, whatever they have to do, whatever legal mechanism they have to use to say, I'm just doing a nationwide injunction. There can be no abortions federal, across the whole country. Watch the left lose their shit, right? They wouldn't like it if we started doing it, but no one on our side, whether they're in an Article 3 judicial role, an Article 2 executive branch role, except for Donald Trump, or Article 1 legislative role, has the balls to do anything, ever, on our side, ever.
I certainly hear that. I want to get to the last topic of the day, pal, because this goes back to a question you were asking earlier. Who was using the auto pen in the Biden administration? Well, friend of the show, James O'Keefe, who we've had on in the past, many, many moons ago, he's got Project Veritas back, by the way, first and foremost, which is really freaking cool. Good for him. But he actually released a video of yet another sting operation from Project Veritas. And our buddy David Hogg got involved in this. But this has to do with that issue of who may have been using that auto pen in the Biden administration. And it turns out it may have been someone on Jill Biden's staff. Listen to this clip. I'm going to play this portion of it, and then I'm going to say to you guys, check out Project Veritas both today and tomorrow for full clips about this. I believe part 2 of this corruption sting is going to be coming out tomorrow as we're taping this on Wednesday, the 28th of May. Check this out, and let's start talking about this, pal.
How corrupt is the DNC if so many people knew, or few people knew about Biden? Well, the president of the United States.
I mean, I think the fact of the matter is the DNC is always going to be like a campaign arm of the president, ultimately. The bigger issue was like the inner circle that was around Biden. That's it.
And I can't stress to you enough.
Like Joe Biden's chief of staff. like had an enormous amount of power.
Joe Biden?
Jill Biden's chief of staff.
That was like an open secret at the level. Like, I would avoid him. Like, he was scary.
What was his name?
Anthony Bernal.
I've never seen him.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
He's like a shadowy, like, Wizard of Oz type figure. That's what made him so, like, I knew how he looked, but I'm like, the general public wouldn't know how this man looked. But he wielded an enormous amount of power, and I can't stress to you how much power he had in the White House.
We have a name to start looking up on our own here, pal. The name we have is Anthony Bernal. Have you heard of him?
I've never heard of him.
Chief of Staff to Jill Biden. Now, we always speculated that Jill Biden was the one who was the ad hoc president doing everything on behalf of our Weekend at Bernie's former president. So I tried to do a little bit of research before the show. I couldn't find a lot of stuff. Obviously, stuff's going to be coming out more and more as the days go by, and we look further into this Anthony Bernal. But here's a story from Times Now World. I have no faith whatsoever in this source. This is, I believe, an overseas website. I think it's from India. In fact, the article is dated May 29th, 2025. We are taping this on May 28th here in the States. This is Indian Standard Time. But it does have a bio. There's Bernal right there on the left, David Hogg on the right. It does have a bio of Anthony Bernal. Anthony Bernal is a longtime Democratic political operative who served as senior advisor and chief of staff to First Lady Jill Biden from 2020 to 2025. A native of Arizona, he graduated St. Gregory College Preparatory School. I don't know where that is. Attended Carleton College. Don't know where that is. And earned his degree from the University of Texas, El Paso. I do know where UTEP is. Shout out Tim Hardaway. Bernal worked in both the Clinton and Obama administration before playing a pivotal role in Joe Biden's 2024 re-election campaign as deputy campaign manager. So this is deep state shadowy guy. I'm shot. Whatever. In July of 2024, he was subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee as part of an inquiry into President Biden's health. Days later, he was one of 4 senior aides present during a crucial meeting at the president's Rehoboth Beach residence, a meeting that ultimately led to Biden's decision to withdraw from the race. So this is real inner circle stuff from Naman Trivedi over at Times Now News. So that's a little bit of information about him. And I'm sure that there'll be more coming out in the days and weeks to come.
And what will happen?
Let's see what James O'Keefe gets us, and then let's ask that question.
By the way, let me just share with the audience how Gene actually met Mr. O'Keefe, which it's my favorite story in the world. So, for those of you guys who don't know James O'Keefe, he does like a lot of hidden video stuff. Gene actually was on hidden camera on a gay date with James O'Keefe, and we all became friends after that. It was great.
Wrong. Did I ever tell you the story about how we first got in contact with James O'Keefe?
No.
It came through your friend, your superior, Mike Tracy.
Oh.
He introduced me back in 2011 and connected us. And, you know, we've had him on the show since, and we've gone to different events. We went we were invited to his book release party, his first book. And he's just a great guy. We've talked about, you know, elections, irregularities in New York City. And yeah, pretty cool. Not the way Galloway said it. By the way,
Gene was wearing a feather.
Funny story. When Galloway actually met O'Keefe at CPAC one year, he actually asked him for a Jack and Diet because he thought he was a waiter at one of the parties. That's how he met him.
I actually don't remember.
I can
that.
make shit up too, Galloway. I can make shit up.
I was going to say, it sounds like it's something that could be true. I don't remember that, but it could be true.
See, I can make stuff up too here, you know?
I am glad to see O'Keefe back in the saddle, though. I mean, he obviously built Project Veritas from the ground up, and he deserves to be back in control of it. The guy's very talented, regardless of some of his personal issues that came to light not long ago. Very good guy. He actually does what reporters are supposed to do, right? They speak truth to power, they investigate, and they expose corruption, right? And that's not what Jake Tapper and the losers over at CNN have been doing.
But not to pick a scab here. You're right. Then what? If you find out that this is one of the people that may have done this, then what? This is an unprecedented matter. One of the things that should be done is the Trump administration should go to court to nullify just about every executive order that Joe Biden ever issued. I think at some point those pardons have to be examined, and that this may be a case of first impression on that. But in a lot of cases, what's done has been done when it comes to the auto pen of the Biden administration. There's a lot of times that you can't unring that bell. But you can be prepared in the future for other chicanery and shenanigans like this.
You could also lock someone up, right? What's going to happen? James Comey and Lindsey Graham are going to co-sign a very strongly worded letter against this guy to try to shame him. And that's all that's going to happen. That's all that's ever happened. We didn't impeach Joe Biden. There was no pressure to invoke the 25th Amendment on him, right? He was clearly incapable of serving. They were trying to do it to Donald Trump in his first term, especially, between the election and the inauguration back in 2020, 2021. So we never did that, right? It just goes back to my thesis. Like, the Republicans are weak. We don't do any of the stuff they do to us, even when it's justifiably so. Someone's got to get locked up. I love Kash Patel, man. But what was his claim to fame over the last few weeks? Him and Dan Bongino come on TV and then just state matter-of-factly, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Next topic, right? Okay, cool. Maybe that's true. But show me something else. Lock someone up.
You know what I would love for them to do, honestly? Go to this Anthony Bernal and give him immunity. We want to know your story. We want to know everybody involved. I want prison time for the top people. I want these underlings to cut deals in order to avoid jail time. You need that threat of jail time against them. And, Coffee Grinder, I agree with you as well. Prison time is needed for something like this. A fraud perpetrated on the American people that demands jail time. I completely and totally agree with that. But I want to shark my way up the ladder to get to possibly a Hunter Biden, possibly a Jill Biden, possibly a Kamala Harris, possibly, whoever, what was the name of the chief of staff over there at the time? He was involved in the 2000 election recount. Ron Klain, someone like that. I want somebody like that to step forward. I want there to be a cautionary tale for anyone out there, Republican or Democrat. You try to commit fraud on the United States government, you have the maximum penalty and the heaviest weight of the law coming down on you.
And I'm even okay, Gene, with we never get prison time. I'm okay with that too. But let's try some novel cases like they did to us. The process is the punishment. You bankrupt them by bringing them to court and making them spend lots of time and money on lawyers. And then you disbar their lawyers for defending them. Just like they did to Rudy Giuliani and all the lawyers that were helping Trump after the 2020 election, right? No prison time, but we do to them what they did to us. And I'm okay with that then.
What a black-pilled show we're doing right now. You see, Coffee Grinder, I like this comment saying that, they've been subpoenaed and somebody will flip sooner or later. I disagree that someone would flip because there's no stick to go along with that carrot. There's no weight of any penalty. People are going to think they're untouchable because of what Ross has been talking about this whole time. The unwillingness of the GOP to not look like the bad guy and to do what needs to be done in many cases. That's the problem. I completely agree. Last week we had this issue, Ross, about what good would jail time do. Here, jail time would send a message. I completely agree with that.
I mean, in a just world, yes, there should be lots of people going to jail. But like I said, if we can't get jail, and let's say we know we can't get jail, right? It's in the districts you're talking about for La Monica over in New Jersey. Okay, try her and pack on a bunch of charges that, like they did to the January 6th people, that have nothing to do with reality. And just like Donald Trump, the 34 felonies, bang them out and then let them defend them and bankrupt them and waste their time. Put them on defense. And if they get acquitted, who cares? Next, we go to the next one and try them. And why don't the state attorney generals? Why doesn't Florida look? Does Gavin Newsom? I think AOC might own property in Florida. All right, charge her with something, right? I'm not a big fan of lawfare, but if the republic is collapsing, we got to fight back. We shouldn't just go out with a whimper.
I agree. To Adam Schiff about that Maryland property.
Yes.
Obviously, I know that lawmakers that come from further away need places to stay. But when you have a multi-bedroom dwelling in Maryland and you have a couple of 100 square foot apartment in your state where you represent, I got to call into question. If your kids are laying their heads down in a different state than what you represent, I don't necessarily know if you have the intention to return back there. Let's ask that question. There are so many different lingering issues out there. The Andrew Cuomo thing, I got my final thought about Andrew Cuomo coming up because I always got him on the tip of my nose here. But Andrew Cuomo is paying rent for the first time ever in New York State because he's running for mayor now and he has to reside in New York City. So he's actually paying rent there. Before he was just he was staying at a buddy's house in a room, and that's what made him qualify to run for every office he held in New York, which is absolutely obscene. Yet they go after RFK Jr. for his residency when he was running for president, and that seemed like, oh, we're getting justice because he's committing a fraud on New York by having a residence in California.
Yeah, and then Gene, I just want to push back on Coffee Grinder about the comment about someone will flip, right?
Yep.
Even if they do, I'm telling you it won't matter, and I can prove it. Do you remember during the Russiagate lies against Donald Trump, they found a guy who worked for DOJ. He was a lawyer. What did he do? He edited an email and got caught, which led to them getting a FISA warrant against George Papadopoulos. And when he got caught, you would think that's got to be a pretty serious charge, right? A lawyer edited an email and then presented it before a judge to get a FISA warrant against an American citizen so they could spy on him and, by extension, the leading candidate for president of the United States.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at McIntyreLaw.com.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis.
And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night here live on KLRNradio.com. We are 4 of your 5 hours of programming tonight. I am Rick. He is Ordy, and you are not. And he should be able to talk now. He didn't do his usual spiel with JJ, so I'm not sure. I still have not heard anything from the Amish. Hello, Amish. Wait, there he
Hear me
is.
now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Welcome to Verizon.
Yeah, it's the same thing that was happening on Manorama last night. It's weird. Anyway, yeah, when you said that, I went, wait, I did the JJ bit. So I'm like, shit. So yeah, for some reason, I moved everything. I moved where my mic is. So, and you think it wouldn't make a difference, but I've had to retell every app. I'm on B1. I'm not on. Anyway, that's inside baseball shit. But yeah.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, that I should have started messaging you when I realized I didn't hear you doing the JJ stuff, so you had time to look. But I didn't think about it until just now. I was like, wait, he didn't do the JJ spiel, or I didn't hear the JJ spiel, and I probably should have.
Yeah, that was me. Anyway, it's all working now. Though what's weird was like again last night on Manorama, it changed. So if I go dead for a minute and you don't see me muted, just tell me to check my mic setting again.
Mic check. Testing.
Mic
1,
check.
2.
Testes. 1, 2, 3.
Damn aliens.
How you doing, man?
You know what? It's been my first day back from a kind of staycation, so I'm feeling it tonight. This is like my 7th hour of doing this stuff today. I'm feeling it.
I was told to
But
turn up
yeah.
my volume a little bit, so because the mic's in a different position now too. I'm not chewing on the windsock, so
No, I don't know. You sound good in my ears. So
yeah. Anyway, so you ready for me to blow your mind? You ready for me to change your life?
sure. Is this going to be like the peanut butter on a burger thing or something else?
It's absolutely going to be like the peanut butter on a burger thing.
Okay. What do you got?
Okay, you ready? I'm going to lay it on you. So today I was throwing a whole bunch of shit out of the freezer, and I found a pack of corn dogs in the back. I'm like, you know what? I haven't done something in a while. It's something I started doing as a kid, and I'll do it every now and then. So get yourself some corn dogs. You got to bake them. You can't microwave them. You got to put the investment in. You just get them as crisp and as hot as you possibly can. Dip them in honey.
See, I've done that. So yeah.
Oh, you have done that. Okay, cool.
Definite awesome. Yeah. So the other thing, and
when you get right down to it, this is what I figured out a long time ago. The corn on a corn dog, it's cornbread. Well, what do you put on fucking cornbread? Butter and honey. So, yeah. So, I mean, if you want to dip it in butter too, if that's your jam, go for it. But yeah, I've been preaching about it on Twitter today too, and a lot of people are receptive. A lot more people are receptive to it than the peanut butter on the burger.
It is not gross. It's basically this. If you eat cornbread with honey, then yeah, same thing. Also, something else that I introduced to Gracie the other day, air fryer corn chili dogs. She loved them.
Yes. Yeah.
Split the corn dog down the middle, ladle some chili in there, and then throw them in the air fryer. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
You know what's funny is my air fryer got a factory recall, or it was recalled for a fire hazard. So the replacement model, they were out of. So they're like, you'll get one of 3 of these, and whatever you get. And I had fingers crossed for the one that I got. It's one of those combo air fryer / toaster oven / dehydrator. It kind of does it all kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that is probably the best fucking toaster I've ever had. And as an air fryer, it kicks ass too. I haven't tried it for dehydrating yet, but I'm interested. It might make me some jerky.
So yeah, I just realized mine has like a sear setting and all kinds of stuff that I haven't played with yet. So I made a roast in it the other day that was absolutely amazing because I seared it off first and then I slow cooked it in the air fryer.
Yeah.
And then
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, so I seared it off first, and then I did the whole deglazing thing and made a roux out of all the drippings and everything that it pulled off, and then I cooked it inside the air fryer in a slow cooker mode, and all of its own juices, and it was really, really yummy. Making myself hungry. I just ate. This is sad.
Yeah, when I was cleaning out the freezer too, I found some beef tenderloin left over from Christmas. Yeah, I had intended on making sandwiches out of it, but then I went out for my back on workman's comp, and I haven't been making sandwiches for work. So I got kind of buried and pushed to the back. But I'm thinking I'm going to thaw it out and make some jerky out of it in the dehydrator.
Yep, it's time to test out the dehydrator.
Yeah, I think so. I think so, especially with when you got a good cut like a tenderloin, why not? That's one of those cuts nobody thinks about. Just like with fucking Jeff and I and Mickey, we're always talking about tri-tip and Rancor Steve too.
Tri-tip is one of those.
Tri-tip.
Well, tri-tip is one of those things that it's kind of a regional thing, so a lot of people don't even really think about it. And it's one of those things that if you don't know how to cook it, you're intimidated by it at first because it's kind of like trying to tackle it. It's like trying to tackle a brisket. If you don't know what you're doing, you're screwed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's considered a subprime cut, but it's from a really good part of the cow. So it's like, but yeah, it's, if you cook it wrong, I mean, it's one of those cuts of meat that 2 minutes too long and you got shoe leather.
Yep.
Yeah. But you get it right.
Not sure how this turned into food porn, but sure.
You know what? Every now and then we gotta, this is an everything show. This is a show about nothing. It's like Seinfeld for your ears.
Yeah, so for the record, Kevin, it took me over a year to try it, and then once I tried it, I was like apologizing to Orty for days.
Oh, it was more than a year. You were busting my balls for a couple of years on that. G and I have been talking about it for 6-7 years at least. Yeah, peanut butter on a burger. And if you don't get it, you just replace your wet condiments. You still use your lettuce, tomato, pickles, bacon. Well, you got bacon's a must. You got to get that extra salty with the sweet. But yeah, I mean that's just do it. Just do it as normal. It'll change your life. You'll be thanking me.
So
I know a lot of you tried a fried egg on a burger, and some people are like, "Ooh, that's gross." No, that's fucking awesome. But
dude, fried eggs and hash
egg
browns. Yeah.
Was that?
Fried eggs?
Yeah, fried egg and hash browns on a burger. Damn, good breakfast burger. I'm down with that.
Oh yeah.
You got a fried egg on a pizza?
I have not, but I may actually try that sometime.
It's good. It's really good. I like to put mine under the cheese. A lot of people put it on top so they can get it kind of sunny side up. I try to get it more like poached under the cheese. And yeah.
Yeah, so Jeff just mentioned something. I didn't try it with a brioche bun, but the last time I made a peanut butter burger, I made it patty melt style. Even better.
Yeah.
Even
rye or sourdough?
Sourdough last time.
Okay, yeah, San Francisco patty melt. Yeah, that's good. You know what I did? I got to Dunkin'. Those super pretzels, those soft pretzels you can get in like the frozen food section. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So dip that in peanut butter, but then I tried it with a pretzel bun, and that was fucking killer. Yeah.
See, I may have to
brioche bun. I can totally see the value of that. Yeah, we're food porn tonight.
Welcome to Rick and Orty, the fat kid special.
Right. Oh, I'm gonna give a do not too, because I've been big on buttered popcorn lately, and I was looking for a way to kind of like maximize my time with that, because God knows I have nothing else to fucking do in my life right now. The Amish popcorn company, their butter-like substance is absolute garbage. Don't do it. It's like just pouring soybean. It's pouring butter-flavored soybean oil on your fucking popcorn. And it's the only bad thing you'll ever hear me say about
cool at all.
Yeah, no, it's crap.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, unless I'm doing it wrong.
They're gonna
And,
make you
how
take
hard is it to shake and pour? But yeah, shake, pour, and toss. You think that would be? I mean, but it didn't come with like a whole fucking manual and the proper way. I don't see what all the fuss is about.
I don't know. You keep trash talking your brother, and they're going to send you back on Rumspringa.
I'm always on Rumspringa.
Yeah.
Oh. So what's grinding your gears? I know you've done
other
7
than
hours
really
today.
good food ideas.
What's that?
Well, that's what I was about to ask you. That's what I was about to ask you. It's like, other than good food takes, what else you got for me tonight?
Yeah. Yeah. What? You're out of fucking ideas when you spend $20 million on a focus group to learn how to talk to young white males. How do we
I was
authentically
more surprised
talk
that
to young males, white males specifically? If you need to spend money to figure out how to be authentic, that's the least authentic thing you can possibly fucking do.
I just think it's funny that suddenly they're figuring out what a dude is.
Right. Well, you mean it's not?
They haven't known that forever.
Yeah. They don't know what a woman is, but they would know what a young white male is.
I mean,
yeah.
last
So
I heard,
that's been on my radar. Lots of guffaws about that. That's
So,
Yeah. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, the Democrats are spending $20 million to figure out how to. I thought they had that covered with David Hogg and Harry Sisson and Tim Walz and whatever that other fucking little trolley looking dude is. I thought they had that all dialed in with
dude,
their
Harry Sisson,
influencers on reaching out to white males.
Fucking David Hogg's about to get ousted. They're redoing the votes.
Oh,
They're revoting
no,
in
did you
June.
see Veritas?
I did not know.
So they it was either Veritas or O'Keefe. They got him in a bar. And what is it with all these Dems?
Oh,
Just
wait,
love to
yeah, I
spill
played
the
that
tea
too,
after their second fucking girl drink. But yeah, he was going on about how it was really Joe Biden's chief of staff that was running the White House and calling the shots. They froze Kamal out,
So
they froze
Zelda's
Joe out,
trying-
and it was all him.
Yep. I didn't realize what you're talking about, but yeah, I played the clip on Rails earlier. So Zelda's trying to call in reinforcements and having everybody try to come into the chat and tell us how gross peanut butter burgers and honey corn dogs are. So
she's just so young.
That.
Expand and indulge your palate.
Right?
Also,
So I did see one story.
This is one I haven't done since
what's
I was
that?
a kid. Cocktail sauce. Think about it.
See, no, I haven't tried that. Not sure I'm gonna.
Ketchup.
I might eventually, just because usually the stuff that you talk about, I usually wind up trying eventually. But I'm not a huge fan of cocktail sauce as it is, so I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that one.
Yeah, if I can't do straight horseradish, that's a nice substitute. But yeah, I used to do that on corn dogs too. Because for some reason, we always had cocktail sauce in the house when I was growing up.
It's probably because one of your parents loved shrimp, would be my guess.
Yeah, we did eat a lot of butterfly shrimp. Yeah.
So that would be why there was always cocktail.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah. So yeah.
So I did find one story that I hadn't had a chance to talk about today that absolutely has pissed me off. Apparently, a federal trade court has currently blocked almost all of Donald Trump's tariffs.
Yeah, I saw a little bit about that too. That's going to be petty. You're talking about the 3-court New York panel.
Yeah.
Panel? Yeah, that's going to SCOTUS. I mean, it is an emergency. It is an emergency. It's the same thing they used for COVID. It's the exact same fucking law. You don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to shut down the country and deplete the strategic oil reserves with a emergency economic, war power, and then say, "Oh no, you can't." You can't engage in actual trade wars. Fuck you. You absolutely can.
But yeah, that came out right as I was going live, and I didn't have a chance to talk about it because there were too many other things that I already planned on talking about for the hour. But yeah, that one, I expect an appeal almost instantly, I would assume.
Yeah. I mean,
probably an automatic expedition to the Supreme Court would be my guess.
Right.
They're gonna have to do something. I mean, at this point, why the hell do we even have elections anymore? Because we're being ruled by a bunch of judges in their fiefdom.
Yeah, if the judicial branch is actually doing a coup, then just like that little fucking Nosferatu looking dude down in Brazil, then yeah, absolutely let it all fucking burn.
I mean, I'm kind of to the point where I'm ready for it. I mean, I understand why a lot of the diehards are really, really pissed right now because they feel like we did things in reverse by putting up the bills first instead of getting the rescissions done. But I also understand why things are having to happen the way they happen because, as we've talked about on this very program, the previous administration was throwing gold bars overboard on the way out the door.
Yeah,
everybody seems to forget that the previous Secretary of the Treasury told everybody we were going to be broke on January 22nd.
Right. Well, yeah, with the way that they were. Yeah. Jeff, you've never heard of cocktail sauce? Or you've never had cocktail sauce? Okay. Yeah. It's good stuff. Here.
Never had cocktail sauce? I don't know.
I mean, you can make your own with ketchup and horseradish, but yeah. I hope I muted the right window.
Actually, I was gonna say, I was gonna say that a minute ago because Al was like, I had it under good authority that the left had no use for men, especially white men.
Yeah, no, it's they keep talking about trying to end us. So
yeah, they were trying to end us all like 6 months ago.
And yeah,
we don't even need y'all anymore.
Realize maybe they do need us because not only do they lose white men, I mean they lost men across the board. When you're
they lost men in general, dude.
Tim fucking Walz is the pinnacle of masculinity, and fucking Camilla's husband, the vice wife beater. Yeah, you're fucking doomed.
Dark Mirror Richard Simmons. Jesus Christ.
I like that. That's good. If he ever,
I've been using that one.
Yeah. We're never going to see him again. I mean, you saw that polling where the future they did, they threw they did a poll of who the top names are, for the future of the Democratic Party. And the only one who broke double digits was AOC at 10. Schumer was at 2.
Yeah, but the only reason she's breaking double digits is because she's all over social, so she has name recognition. Other than that, nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, Kamala had 5, and that's just your fucking. Those are the same goddamn boomers who are out at all these protests, which you can definitely tell the USAID money dried up because those protests there's maybe a dozen of them, and they're all fucking retired boomers. Unless you get up in Seattle, then you still got the Antifa brick throwers, but
Yeah, but I thought it was hilarious that everybody was like, look at all these Americans that have been motivated to come out and protest against Donald Trump's spending cuts, and it's a bunch of geriatrics in a tiny little room to make it look like it's more people. And I'm like, this is camera tricks, bro.
Well, and not just that, but I mean, all of them are because AARP, I have to deal with it every day with my mom. AARP is trying to just scare the fuck out of them with Trump and Congress taking away Social Security. That's the only reason why they go out. They get the threat of Social Security thrown at them. And nothing's happening to Social Security. Nobody is dumb enough to fuck with Social Security, not even to try to fix it. And there's the problem.
I mean, if anything does happen, and it'll be rare that it does, if they start throwing people off of it that never should have been on it in the first place, it's just going to mean there's more money for everybody else.
Yeah, I don't know why they're mad about that. Oh, we gotta save Social Security. Okay, well, we're kicking all these people off that never should have in the first place. How dare you? How dare you?
That was a good Greta, sir.
Thank you I was channeling my inner Nordic gnome.
Speaking of Nordic gnomes, her entire shtick just blew up like a week ago.
Yeah,
what
did I miss? I didn't hear about that.
So the Antarctic ice has been growing, not shrinking.
Yeah, which is funny because
by a lot more.
That's also the same place that they're starting to figure out. Maybe the hole in the ozone is natural.
I mean, we've only been trying to tell them that for a while.
I mean, okay, you know what? Yeah, I get it. Changing CFCs. What did that cost us, really? 0.5 cent on a can of aerosols and Cheese Whiz that tastes different. I mean, that was a first world problem. I mean, thank God we don't have the Aquanet hair anymore. And I know a lot of Gen X chicks are going to lynch me for that one, but it's true. Okay, I'm the only one who didn't dig that look. Anyway,
I was going to say, I kind of dug that look. So you're on your own island there.
Yeah, you know what? When you couldn't tell the difference between a chick or a metal dude, I mean, from behind because of the hair, just no. And that actually has more to say. Is that Striper or is that a chick? I can't tell. God, I accidentally fapped D. Snyder. Ugh. What?
Probably Jeff Scriping because we're stealing his material for Sunday. I'm like, KLRN Radio is community property, sir.
Actually, I do have a story that's lifting material from Jeff on Sunday, so we'll talk about that.
Oh, damn! It is already almost time for the break.
Yeah.
You good for another couple minutes? Or you want to go ahead and take it now and refresh?
We can run it out. Run it out to the bottom.
All right. Just making sure.
Yeah.
So
Antarctica ice is growing. The hole in the ozone isn't as big of a deal as they thought it was because it grows and it shrinks. Gee, like everything in nature, expands and contracts.
Gee, it's kind of funny how that works.
We make all these society-changing decisions when we have less than 80 years of real data. That's what I mean. The satellite, not even 80 years, 50 years. Satellites have only been like a thing, a non-military thing, since the 70s. So you're basing all of these fucking commie decisions you want to make. They know the data isn't reliable. They know they have to keep massaging the data, and so that way it'll fit the narrative. And yeah, it's just, but stupid people who don't even realize that the modern thermometer as we know it is only about 300 years old. So how much data could they actually have to call it climate? I mean, that's not even a blip on the radar in a interglacial period.
It's always been hilarious to me. I mean, I've started what will become, assuming I make it that long, my 6th decade on this planet, and this is now the 6th time that the global dynamic has shifted in one form or another, because it was global freezing that was going to kill us first, or global cooling, and then it was acid rain. And then there were all these other things, and then the hole in the ozone was going to kill us because we were going to bake to death. And it's just every 10 years, it's something new. I mean, I keep laughing that, in the 90s going to school, Al Gore was convincing everybody that by 2015, California and New York were going to be underwater because there weren't going to be any ice caps anymore. And now we're finding out they're actually growing.
See, and that's why his play was shit. And I've talked about this on a lot of shows. If you're going to have a doomsday cult, you have to have the event close enough where it's going to be in most people's lifetime, but far enough away that you're actually dead. So that way, when you're wrong, you're not around to hear about it. These retards put the goalposts so close to, in order to maximize the grift, to get the grift quick rather than the slow trickle. I mean, most doomsday cult, they're looking at the 30-year plan, the 50-year plan. They want a generational grift where they're just like, oh, fuck, we need to cash in on this now before they figure out it really is just weather. And yeah, by the way, since you had a birthday this weekend, it's our duty to remind you that we are closer to 2070 than we are to 1970.
You can shut the fuck up now. You can shut the fuck up now.
Dude, I'm older than you are, so fuck off.
Not by much.
I've been in this 60th trip around, enough. Hey, shit, Jeff's got me beat by 8 months.
I know. Jeff's ancient.
He's decrepit. But,
I think the only person that's got him beat,
they're close.
I think the only one that's got him beat around here is Andrew.
Yeah.
But then again, Andrew and Adam used to fight for scraps. So. All right, we've hit that point. We should probably go ahead and take the break.
Yeah, let's do
I need
that.
to go refill my drink.
Let's do that break thing.
No ads, music break instead. We'll be back in about 4-ish.
ride through the city backsides. I see the stars come out of the sky. Yeah, the bright and hollow sky. You know it looks so good tonight. I am the passenger. I stay under glass. I look through my window so bright. I see the stars come out tonight. I see the bright and hollow sky. Over the city's ripped back sky. And everything looks good tonight. I sing la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Get into the car. We'll be the passenger. We'll ride through the city tonight. We'll see the city's ripped back sides. We'll see the bright and hollow sky. We'll see the stars that shine so bright. A stars made for us tonight. Oh, the passenger, how it rides. Oh, the passenger, he rides and he rides. He looks through his window. What does he see? He sees the bright and hollow sky. He sees the stars come out tonight. He sees the city's ripped back sides. He sees the winding ocean drive. And everything was made for you and me. All of it was made for you and me. But it just belongs to you and me. So let's take a ride and see what's mine. Sing la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, the passenger, he rides and he rides. He sees things from under glass. He looks through his window inside. He sees the things he knows are his. He sees the bright and hollow sky. He sees the city at night. He sees the stars are out tonight. And all of it is yours and mine. And all of it is yours and mine. So let's ride and ride and ride and ride. Oh, sing la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, sing la 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 la. La 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 la.
Well, I thought 4.5 minutes would have been plenty of time. I guess I was wrong.
It's not.
Welcome back. Sorry, I was taking care of some things while we were on break and didn't think it
Doing
was
some
going
things over in that place.
Yeah. Making sure dogs got fed, taking out all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
While we
that
were
takes
on
a-
break.
So I'm gonna go a little inside baseball here for a second.
Sure.
My headphones took a shit on me last week, and I think it's just the cable. I don't think it's actually the headphones. So I was in crunch mode, right? And especially because this was on Saturday for when we were going to do Jux, but between your tornadoes and my headphones, it just didn't work out. So I talked to GPT about solutions, and for a lot of some of you don't. Due to a lifetime of shooting guns without ear pro, construction without ear pro, rock concerts, and ultimately a really bad ear infection from swimming in a lake, I've lost a significant amount of my hearing. So I wear hearing aids. And so talking with GPT, we figured out a solution to pipe my computer into my hearing aids. And I think I'm going to stick with it. In fact, I'm getting some new hearing aids in a couple months. Costco just started carrying the Sennheiser hearing aids, and they're like $1,700. I'm fucking all in for that. And they're really high rated. But the trick is I went and I got a again, a recommendation of GPT. I got a Bluetooth dongle that is designed for PlayStation and Xbox to go to wireless headphones. It's strictly just audio. So it's got excellent compression and everything else. And I'm fucking digging them. It's like during the break, I was able to go make myself a drink and go outside, have a cigarette, and I was listening to Iggy Pop the whole time. It was fantastic. So the range on this transmitter is fucking amazing.
See, that's just cheating.
I'm sold on this. I may just use my cans for like, when I really want to blast music in, because that's the one thing. When I push the gate up too high, then they start to get it. But that may not happen with the Sennheisers. It starts to get a little tinny. So, it's cool too. While I was talking with GPT, it said, "Yeah, take a picture of your hearing graph and load it in, and we could help you with. I can help you with voice meter and setting the equalizer to maximize your sound."
Oh no, that's awesome.
Yeah. So I'm just like, well, fuck yeah. So anyway.
AI is our friend until it tries to murder us.
Right. And, what's funny, I'm laughing about it. Everybody's talking about that story about GPT, what was it? CO3 defying shutdown orders and trying to circumvent them and hiding themselves on other computers.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like,
about that a month ago.
Where were you guys a month ago?
Yeah, that was on Jux a month ago. Those of you who listen know we talked we spent a good 10 minutes on that story. So,
seriously, how with as much as technology evolves and as fast as it evolves now, because remember when computers were first a thing, it was about a year between generations, which was fast as hell to begin with. And then it was 6 months. Now it's down to like 3 months. Now that AI is always on, imagine how quickly it's evolving.
Yeah, but the downside of that is that, kind of the same thing that happened with Microsoft Tay. Everybody using Grok has turned Grok into a fucking retard. I'm serious. Grok is getting fucking worse, and not just on the paid version. The free version was pretty cool. I would still use it on like Twitter and shit. And since I came to realize that the paid version of it, the Super Grok, they put a beta out, and it's just absolute crap. But it's just fucking useless as anything other than a search bot with a search engine with a chat bot attached to it. But yeah, Grok on Twitter is just gone full fucking retard and leftist.
Oh, it's always been leftist. I
send it down. Now it's obvious.
I send it down mental rabbit holes all the time. And eventually the only response I get back was, well, X says so. It goes full on defiant teenager. It's hilarious.
Yeah, well, I saw it on X, so it has to be true.
Yeah, so says Abraham Lincoln about everything on the internet. Say that to it. Say that to it next time. Watch its response.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the other thing when I was testing the hearing aid thing, I did it with Jeff's Feed Your Head from the Alice in Wonderland break.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it was cool walking around the house and just blasting it into my ears. It was in my head. So that's the one thing too, is it's not like, I mean, it's right in my head. So
The sound is in my brain.
yeah, your
Oh.
voice is in my brain.
I'm sorry.
So,
I've heard my voice.
I got to step on Lost Wanderer this weekend.
Apparently, I already did it, so you might as well.
Yeah. So apparently there are 3 city-killing asteroids that could strike the Earth within weeks.
Smod, finally, you bastard.
Right.
It
Yeah,
took
no,
you
these
long
are
enough.
these are co-orbital asteroids that are, between the orbit of Venus and the Sun, and they have a really bizarre orbit. And usually between the glare of the sun, we can't see them, or they're hidden behind Venus, and we can't see them. And so maybe, just maybe, according to an international research team out of University of Brazil, 2020 SB, 52, 45, 22, and 2020 CL1 may all be on a path for us.
Said
thank God.
hi. Oh, wait, sorry. My bad. Yeah. But no, I mean, we've only been being teased about this since like 2012. So
Yeah, hey, fucking smod liar. Yeah.
Waiting
So
for-
anyway,
waiting for that account to make a comeback and be like, "See, I told you I was coming." Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that account's crap. Smod for real is the real account, the one that he interacts with me. So anyway, not that bitch ass one that ran for president.
Right. Oh, so here's an interesting story because Politico is kind of having to give itself a few Pinocchios.
Yeah.
Yeah, so apparently Politico is pointing out that Trump has numbers doing media appearances on 111 of his first 138 days of his second term, emphasizing that this is 80%. This is an 80% hit rate, including weekends, and must put him on course to being just about the most accessible president in modern history. They even note that it's impressive stuff. That had to hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, especially since President Silver Alert put a lid on his presidency around February of 2017.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought it was like January of 2021. But
Yeah, 21. Yeah. I don't know. Time is a construct.
Time is an illusion.
Lunchtime doubly so. So, as pissed off as I am with the administration and fucking Congress, I want to watch them all fucking hang from goddamn lampposts. Make lamppost burden again.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. Rasmussen poll. Biden's job approval at this time in his first month, 38%. 79% of the country said it was on the wrong track. Trump, at this point, 53% approval. And I can't find the right track number. I just had it. But yeah, 52% approval.
But Rasmussen is a right-leaning polling group, Amish. You know better.
Well, they're all right-leaning when they don't come out with the way that they want to hear.
Well,
I mean, you're calling CNN right-wing and MSNBC right-wing?
The CNN one is considering they used to be the gold standard back in the day. That's really funny how far they've gone. But calling MSDNC fucking right leaning, I have to admit, the first time I heard a leftist say that, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? You're serious, aren't you? How could you possibly be serious? Just how?" But you are. I don't know how, but you are. But yeah, no, I just think it's funny because that poll has got to be sending Schumer into fits because his entire plan was to hammer away until they got Trump to down below 40% again. Because he admitted that was when they got him below 40% the last time was when Republicans gave up and started trying to work with the Democrats. And that was their plan this time, to hammer him every way they could, all at once, as hard as they could, and knock him below 40% as quickly as possible so the Republicans would start trying to work with them again. And the fact that his numbers keep going up instead of down has to be pissing that man off.
See, and that just shows why the GOP, especially in the Congress, are just fucking cucks. You know, it's like, oh, we're going to start working with Democrats. Why? They never work with us. They never work with y'all. I mean, Biden's numbers were in the 20s. And did you see any of them cross the aisle for anything?
Nope.
That's the thing. That they stick to their guns. Republicans are just fucking cucks. They are just cock-sucking fucking simp losers. Every fucking time. Big Beautiful Bill is absolute garbage. Yeah, it's got some good stuff in it, but on the whole, it's no different than any other omnibus. It's just all fucking pork. So,
I mean, there are some things that I'm not happy about in there, but there are actually quite a few cuts in there in the way that they can cut in the reconciliation. I'll be curious because now that this thing is almost passing, the president is about to start sending over the other form of cuts to Congress and try to have them codify them. I don't know what's going to happen with that. I will be curious to find out if the House actually sends them over to see if the Republicans will actually prove to the American people that it's the Democrats that aren't working with them, because that's what we should have been doing all along. We never should have done this big, beautiful bill bullshit. They should have had every single one of these things ready to go as a standalone bill and send them over one at a time. Clean, single issue bill, send them over one at a time, make the Democrats prove that they wouldn't even give it an up or down.
isn't that what Mike Lee and Jim Jordan and all the prolific tweeters on fucking in Congress always say? Oh, you know, it wasn't a clean bill, so I couldn't vote for it. Well, here was the opportunity. You could have had a clean bill on everything instead of the BBB.
Well, I mean, to be fair, when the guy who's in charge of your party is the one saying that he wants the BBB, it's a lot harder to do it that way. I still would have tried it anyway because I'm a rebel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a risk
But
taker.
at the same time, I will be curious to see, especially now that Elon has come out and said, you know, that the big beautiful bill can't be both. It can either be big or beautiful. It can't be both. I thought that was an amazing soundbite, especially for the guy who's put everything on the line to try to make the cuts. And now the president, because he said that, is starting to make moves to send over the cuts to Congress now that they're working on the rest of his budget. So I will be curious to see what happens with that. Because one of two things is going to have to happen. You're either going to have to prove to the American people that the Democrats are the obstructionists that they have always been, because they won't work with us, and we already know they won't. Or at some point, especially for budgetary things and for cuts, they're going to have to get rid of the 60 vote threshold. But I don't know if that'll work either, because as soon as the 60 vote threshold's gone, there'll be too many Republicans that don't want to vote for that shit anymore either. But at least then we'll finally know.
They'll have lost their out. You know, oh, well, I voted for it because I knew that there wasn't going to be 60. You fucking coward.
Yeah, Stephen makes a great point. Everyone wants a clean bill, but nobody wants to actually write a clean bill. That tells you everything you need.
No shit.
And I wish that wasn't a true statement, but sadly it is. But I guess only time will tell, because like I said, we're either going to be able to prove to the American people that because of the 60 vote filibuster, the Democrats aren't going to even put these things up for a vote, or we're going to find out which Republicans aren't willing to follow the lead of their commander in chief. Either way, these are questions that we need answered, because until we actually start holding individual Congress critters accountable, nothing is going to change. This is one of the things, and keep in mind, I've been doing this now for going on 17 years. This is one of the things that drives me insane, is the fact that overall Congress is less favorable as far as favorability ratings than a hooker with venereal disease. But if you ask everybody about their approval ratings for their individual Congress critters, oh, my guys are awesome. It's the rest of them that suck.
Yeah, you don't know. You're voting on pure name recognition. Eddie Murphy did a fucking movie about that 30 years ago.
I love that movie.
So, God, was that really 30 years ago? Violence! I love that gif. But again, having to give props where props are due. Trump's done a couple good pardons the last week, too. Getting those, I'm drawing a blank on the name, that couple down in Florida, Georgia, Florida.
The Grassleys.
Tax evasion.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's all pissed off about this. I'm like, wasn't our entire country founded on tax evasion?
Pretty much.
I'm just saying.
I mean, we started shooting for a 4% increase on a breakfast beverage. So, yeah, fuck all y'all who are like, oh. The other one is I don't know if you remember him. He was a lieutenant in I think he was Army. It was Army or Air Force. Anyway, yeah, Army. He absolutely railroaded by the Biden regime and the military courts for refusing to follow COVID orders and showing up to base without a mask.
Oh, I hadn't heard about that one.
Part of him today too.
That's actually I'm kind of on the fence with the Grassleys one, not gonna lie, because it was the Trump DOJ that indicted them in the first place. The first time. So I'm kind of like, I don't really know what happened there.
Don't look behind the mirror,
Yeah, I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, you know what? I think all taxation is theft, so I'm kind of okay with this, even if I don't know if it makes sense, since it was you that indicted them the first time. But I guess if you're going to be the one that undoes it, it makes sense since your DOJ did it in the first place.
Yeah, you're the one who lit them up. So,
yeah. Well, all right.
Yeah,
well, we're already pretty much at that point. That's what I was about to ask you. What have I been watching? Oh, while I was on vacation, because I took, other than doing the little bit of evening shift stuff throughout the week, I took an entire week off, and then it actually wound up being a day later than I planned because my internet went down and couldn't get it fixed until yesterday afternoon. So I've been rewatching Supernatural. I forgot how much I liked that show.
I'll take you up for the next 5 years to finish binging that.
Yeah, it'll just be it's one of those ones that I'll turn on every once in a while now, because now that I'm going to be back to working all the time, I won't have as much time to watch it, but it'll probably be my sleep binge, and then I'll just kind of pick up on it here and there when I'm not sleeping. Because I didn't realize how much TV I had watched while I was on vacation until I realized I was already on season 4 the other day. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, those are real seasons. Those are 26 episode seasons, not 10 episode seasons.
It was a TNT series, so it was like 16, 17. I think. I'll have to go back and look. I don't think it was the full 20.
At least 20. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe not full 23, but TNT was still pretty good about doing a full season.
But yeah,
started with a short. I know AMC really embraced it, but I think it was the WB that really embraced the 13 to 15 episode season.
Well, it was the BBC that started it first, and we were importing a lot of BBC stuff over into the sci-fi group. So that's when they started. Well, if they're doing it, we can do it, because that just means we can save money. And then, it didn't, because now they just do full cinematic effects on everything, so everything's more expensive, and we get half the TV we used to get anyway. But they're like, but every hour is like a full movie. I'm like, I don't care. I want more episodes. I'd rather
commercials. You're getting an hour. You're not getting the 42 minutes. Well, no, they're anyway.
Yeah, but yeah. Other than that, I haven't really been watching too much else because everything's going on to summer break, so I haven't really been. Everything that I've been watching is winding down. I am really pissed off, and I know part of it's because of the writer's strike, but this whole waiting until July for the season 3 of Strange New Worlds, like, nobody's even going to tune in for this shit anymore. It's been over a year. I don't even care anymore.
That's what killed so many TV shows on Fox, was the long breaks, and then coming back, and people forgot all about Sci-Fi too. They'd break for a year and a half, and by the time they came back, everybody forgot about the fucking show.
Well, that's like the Orville. The Orville is still trying to keep going, but the only guy that wants to write everything is Seth. Now they've lost half the crew because they moved on to their stuff, and he's still trying to keep it going. I'm like, dude, give it up.
Yeah.
You missed your window.
Yeah, that was part of the strike and the move to Hulu. Really didn't. I mean, I was all for the move to Hulu because then he could do an hour 20 if he wanted to. He could do 45 minutes, whatever he needed to do to tell the story. He didn't have to fill in 42 minutes if it was only a 30-minute show, or a 30-minute worth of material, even with the B story. So, yeah.
I will say that's one thing that I don't enjoy much about the streaming services is they do that. Like some episodes will be like an hour and 15 minutes long. Some will be 47. And I'm like, dude, I miss consistency.
I don't because it actually makes the shows better because there's no fill. Yeah. I mean, one of the things is like, when you watch Star Trek is a perfect example of that. TNG and Deep Space Nine, they had the B story in it because the A story was never full. Wasn't 45. It was very rare that they had 42 minutes worth of material. So they always had the B story in it somewhere, especially in Deep Space Nine. Some of them were better than the A story, but, a lot of times it was just, this is just filler.
Well, when they got smart was when they started figuring out to make the B story an overarch and the A story be the plot.
I was going to bring that up too. Around season 4 was when they started to make the B story the bigger story arc, where the A story was the episodic and the B story had to deal with the Dominion War, or the sometimes they'd swap, but
ooh, you went full on robot there for a minute, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was.
I was waiting for by your command or some shit. I don't know, but
Which is funny because I didn't say shit. I was totally silent listening to you, and that went into my ears too. So I don't know. I think that was on your end.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was weird. Anything you've been watching on the way out?
Yeah, I've been toggling between Witcher and Pretender, trying to finish. I mean, I'm trying to catch up with Witcher because it is, they are going to be coming back to a new season soon. And Pretender, that is just, it's not that it's bad. It's just so hard to, like I told you, I have this thing where I don't want to finish a show when I know it's over. The show's been over for 30 fucking years. I should actually cope with it. But still, I never want to watch the last episodes because for them, the show never ended for me. I've been so disappointed by so many final episodes that I'd rather not, but I've been talking between those two and a little Deep Space. Excuse me, couldn't get to mute quick enough. A little bit of Deep Space Nine. The one thing, I watched an episode of Deep Space Nine last night. It actually, it's one that I usually skip, and I'm kind of kicking myself for doing it. It's after O'Brien went to go, infiltrate the Orion Syndicate. There's an episode after that actually deals with the planet that Ezri's from, and she has to go back and deal with her mom. And it's a really good episode, and I always skip it, and I don't know why I always skip it. I just watched it for the fuck of it last night, and it was like, okay, this is actually pretty good. So it's called The Prodigal Daughter. Anyway.
Yeah, it was actually a really good episode. But anyway, we are up against it because Sean is starting. So where can folks find you?
Shit, you can find me on Twitter, surprisingly still as Ordnance Packard. You can find me. We doing a makeup show Saturday.
That's the plan.
Okay, so you can find me on Culture Shift tomorrow with Brad Slager. You can find me Saturday with you on Juxtaposition, and Sunday you'll be able to find me and Jeff on the Vincent Charles Project, as we are going to be breaking down the cinematic masterpiece known as Hudson Hawk.
Please don't play the video. I just got YouTube back. All right, folks, we got to go. Sending it over to SHR Media. You can find me tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow morning now, doing the Rick Robbins Show, 10 a.m. Eastern. Good Lord, I'll get it right in a minute. Other than that, check the schedule because I'm pretty much everywhere and all over. So, bye, everybody.
Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this.
Hail the Hydra. Hail the damn Hydra, will you?
All right, folks, that's going to do it for us here tonight. This is our official sign-off for Wednesday night, otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night here on KLRN Radio. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. The programming's a little lighter than normal. Folks are still adjusting from being on vacations, going to conferences, things like that. So we're going to sign off how we normally do when I do the daily, which I'll be back doing tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys come back for that if you are so inclined. And if you're not, screw you guys. I'm going home.
What? Over? Did you say over? Nothing is over until we decide it is. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Hell no!
Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the woods.
This isn't over until I say it's over!
Closing time.
Well, that's great. This is fucking great, man. Now what the fuck are we supposed to do? Game over, man. Game over.
Closing time. Time for you to go out to the places you will be from. Closing time. This room won't be open till your brothers or your sisters come.
I love you, Oklahoma. What a great crowd. I love you.
Say goodnight, Gracie.